backflipping out of the start gate. This place is erupting.
Saying hello to the new world champ, baby.
Welcome to the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. We are at the Kicking Horse Pro, stop number 3 on the 2025 FWT, and Kicking Horse Mountain Resort is turning it on for the Freeride World Tour. Absolutely spectacular morning, stacked up and ready to go here on the Ozone face. Back to Canada, my backyard. Absolutely fired up for this show. We are ready to go. My name is Derek Foos, and I am here with Amy Engebretson, and we're ready. It's a little chilly, Amy, but
it's cold, but we're ready. We're going to be kept warm by all the excitement. I am so stoked to be here, and yeah, just watch the show today. It seems like we've got a perfect comp day ahead of us.
Yeah, snow conditions are firing. The weather conditions are chilly, but good. It's clear. The mountain is in great shape. Kicking Horse, just like I said, turning it on. Ozone, the gold or purple and pink in the background. I mean, coming up here at sunrise, it's such a magical comp because we get to ride up the gondola in the dark and then ski down here as the sun's coming up. It's so beautiful. Yeah,
we're kind of at the edge of the Rocky Mountains and the Purcell Mountains here, and this morning it was just gorgeous. Like Canada postcard on steroids. So beautiful. I know that everyone's cold, but like the vibes are really high.
Yeah, let's take a look at what the weather has in store for us today. It's a chilly one. We're dealing definitely in the negative temperatures, whether you're a Celsius friend or a Fahrenheit friend.
Yes, absolutely. First of all, it's Bluebird. It's sunny. It's splitter blue. That's what we want to see for these comp days. But it's cold. We have minus 21 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but it's freezing. There's been no winds, light winds, no winds, so not a lot of wind on the face. We had about 35 centimeters, a little over a foot of fresh snow about a week ago, and the venue's been closed since, but it was open previously. So it's skier compacted snow conditions underneath that fresh snow, and we're calling that a 4-star snow condition. So really good kind of consistent snow out there. And Derek, my evaluation of the snow is that it's stomping snow.
I agree. I think this is actually perfect comp snow. We had deep powder in the last comp, and that kind of gobbled a few people up. This is going to be more consistent for sure for the riders from top to bottom. As you said, this year Ozone's been open more than it has in other years, so there's been some skier compaction on the venue, which often we don't get, that sugary kind of classic Rockies Purcell snowpack. So a bit of compaction underneath this new powder. It should be. Now, we'll wait and see what the skiers and snowboarders do, but it should be more consistent from top to bottom, and they should know what they're getting into. I don't think we're going to see too many riders breaking through the crust.
No, I think it's mostly very consistent on anything that has a little south kick in it, might have a crust underneath that new snow, and anything, there's a little bit of kind of the no zone area that has not been skier compacted, so it could be a little sugary, a little sharky, but for the most part, the majority of the face is looking great. And I think we're going to jump into the face preview.
That's right.
The GoPro face preview.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Ozone face, digging into the GoPro face preview.
Absolutely. Like you said, this is a Plan A, the premier freeride venue here at Kicking Horse. The top elevation of this slope is 2,500 meters. That's where start 1 is. Start 2 will be a few, I think about 50 meters down from that. The whole face is an average of 37 degrees slopes, or 37 degrees steep. So a little steeper in spots, a little flatter in spots. And we've got an east face here, ranging from northeast all the way through southeast. And again, there might be a little crust on some of those south kick aspects. The vertical drop is about 324 meters of vertical free riding. And we're kind of working with 2 main zones. We have the riders left, which is very fall line, aggressive, free riding. And then we have riders right, kind of the no zone, freestyle, playful area. We've seen the likes of Craig Murray, Marcus Eider throw down over there. And we can't forget the famous Rodney Pyramid, the pyramid feature. We're going to have our eyes on that today for sure.
Yeah, I feel like just from chatting to some of the athletes during face check that may see more action than ever before. I love the social post that Freeride World Tour did with George Rodney, Yu Sasaki, and Max Hitzig all lined up, timed perfectly. The evolution of that feature, one of the biggest airs on the entire Freeride World Tour.
Yeah.
So we'll see if somebody wants to bite off a chunk of that. The snow is soft, but it's not super deep. So I'm interested to see how that goes. I mean, these are some of the best freeriders on the planet, so if anybody can do it, this is who it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we're talking about how there's kind of two really different styles of skiing that this venue affords itself, where you have the really aggressive, kind of more traditional free ride on the rider's right side or left side, and rider's right is more playful. So I feel like it's going to be maybe hard for the judges, because we might have like a huge variance in ski styles, run styles, rider styles.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most varied styles that we have on a Freeride World Tour face, where you can have this almost pure freestyle zone, but still steep and rowdy, and then the I guess, classic big mountain right off the summit of the Ozone. So we'll see which riders go which way. As you said earlier, the lookers left side, the no zone side, wasn't open to the public.
Right,
so
that
doesn't have
sugary.
the compaction. Yeah. So there's a lot of question marks in some of those rocky areas.
Totally.
If it's going to be supportive, if they're going to punch through and just get hooked up on sharks. So interesting to see. We've got a tiny little cloud just lingering in front of the face. So we're the organizing committee. And you can see the clouds coming out of our mouths. It is chilly. So organizing committee going to wait until visibility is prime to drop the first athletes to the snowboard women today.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Also, the whole cornice is in play this year, so that's fun too. That adds like a cool feature at the top of the venue. So I'm excited to see. I feel like those bonus nugs are really nice.
So for these riders, one of the most challenging things is picking the line and actually locking in on what they're going to do. It's a really difficult process, visual inspection only, and we've prepared a little piece for you to check out on exactly how they do it.
Look at that. Where is he going?
Where are you going?
Look at that. Wow!
The order of face checking, I think for me it's like having a big picture first thing, then having a quick binocular check, then checking the forerunners, and afterwards having a pretty long binocular check. And then when I go to the hotel, I try to spend a lot of time on my laptop and check the pictures and footage.
So complicated, such, I think, an undervalued skill in this sport. The visual inspection is just, it's hard. You know, the riders are pretty much in our position with binoculars looking across. They can hike up the sides to get side views. At some venues, they get to look in from the top, but they've never stood on the features that they're hitting. They've never actually even stood at the lip of the airs they're hitting. So timing a 360, timing a backflip, knowing how fast to go, all of that is that quick mental math that they're doing while they're riding. It's such an incredible skill.
And it's the mental game of these athletes to be able, like the pressure all the athletes have been feeling since yesterday, since the face check, like the decision making, like all that. Like, yes, they're amazing athletes physically, but the mental side is super impressive. And with this venue, unlike the venues so far this season, we've had comps on this venue. And so a lot of the athletes were looking back at historical runs, winning runs, trying to find something new, trying to replicate someone's winning run. And then athletes that have competed. We have quite a few athletes that have competed and podiumed on this venue before. So that is an advantage.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. For some of the rookies, and as you said, this is the first one this year. We've had different events, different venues. This is the first one that has that historical data to pull from. So those more experienced athletes are definitely going to be looking at an advantage. But the rookies, they've been firing this year. I'm not gonna put money against any of those athletes here. We want to take a look here at what our judges are looking at and what our judges are looking for. They are the people who are making the decisions at the end of the day here. These are our 5 categories. Line, that is the critical one. The more difficult, the higher it scores. Control, well, if you're in control, it's clear. A backslap is a loss of control. Of course, a fall, the ultimate loss of control. Technique, that's how you're moving your skis or board on the snow. Are you bending it or are you just slipping and sliding around? Fluidity is the speed you are relative to the terrain you're in. So people can still be fluid if they're not going fast. It doesn't just mean speed, just relative to the terrain. And then air and style, that one speaks for itself. That's what we're all here for. The show-stopping moves off of cliffs, off of features, 360s, grabs, backflips, anything goes. And honestly, the field that we have right now, probably the most diverse and deepest bag of air and style tricks that we've ever had on the Freeride World Tour. The game is changing, and we're getting a front row seat to the change.
Literally a front row seat. We've got the venue right across from us, and I think that everybody's really excited about the conditions today, it seems like.
Yeah, I think so too. It's powder, but it's consistent powder, which is going to be great.
It's been described as perfect comp conditions.
Perfect comp snow.
Yeah.
So we have those criteria. Who are the people making those decisions? Well, we have the creme de la creme of freeride judges in the tent. That's where they're sitting.
Ooh, look at those guys.
On the ridge, right behind us, the Stairway to Heaven chair. We have... There we go. We got Lolo Bess and Bertie Deneveau. They are co-commissioners of the Freeride World Tour. We have Laurent Gauthier in the background, and our new judge this year, Jacqueline Pollard. She's won on this face before, so she knows exactly what she's looking for. So exciting for these judges. I mean, they're just as excited as we are, I think.
Oh, yeah.
They want to show just as much as anybody else. So they're working with those criteria. They're going to be locking in, and they miss nothing. They have the high-powered binoculars on the face, on the athletes, and they're ready to go. We are ready to go.
Absolutely.
Cannot wait to see where this is going to go. Ozone is the background. Kicking Horse Pro is the spot. Freeride World Tour 2025. Stop number 3. We are so fired up and ready to go. We cannot wait. We're going to be back with you very shortly.
Woo, woo.
Welcome back to the Kicking Horse Pro Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance 2025. This is stop number 3, and Kicking Horse Golden BC is our canvas. This place is absolutely spectacular. The champagne powder capital of Canada, as they say. We have 2 starts on the mountain today. Start 1 is what you're looking at on your screen right now. Start 2 will be more over to the lookers right. There's a little bit of a billy goat track between the 2 for the riders that want to go. And snowboard women kicking things off for us today. The categories rotate event to event, sometimes starting first, sometimes starting later. The ideal is that everybody gets to start in all the positions somewhere across the season. A whole bunch of different variables going into that decision. But today, snowboard women getting the honor of kicking us off in Canada and ready to get buck rowdy at Kicking Horse.
Heck yeah, the snowboard women getting the freshies out there. Definitely want to drop in first on this venue today.
I think so, yeah. I mean, there's definitely like varying advantages and disadvantages on different days. We're going to take a look at where we're sitting with the overall rankings right now. French rookie Noémie Aki sitting in first, holding down a first and a second out of 2 competitions. Audrey Hebert from just down the road in Banff in second overall. Anna Martinez in third. And then we've got a few riders on the outside looking to get over that cut line. Michaela Davis-Meehan, the last time she rode here, she won. So you cannot count her out. She is a big threat. And as we move down, well, last year's world champ, Erin Sauvé, sitting down in 7th. She's going to want to do it on home soil and rocket herself up those overall standings towards the good side of the cut line. Cannot count out Erin Sauvé on a home soil competition. She is so excited and fired up, ready to go. As we are looking here at our first rider, that is start gate number 1, snowboard women. Amy, you said it, dropping first today, I think is prime position.
I was jealous watching the forerunners. Looking at our start list today, kicking things off, we have Nuria Caston-Baron. She's going to be first out, getting those freshies. Then next up, we've got Ana Martinez, who she was actually first here in Kicking Horse last year, but on a different venue. So that's going to be exciting. And then all the way down, dropping last, we have our current tour leader, Noemi Aki. And I think it's going to be fun. She's going to be able to see the lay of the land and then be the grand finale, maybe.
Yeah, she's got that showstopper position potentially. Here we have our Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. This is Fantasy Freeride. 98% of you feel that Noemi Aki is going to land herself on the podium. Ana Martinez with 58% and Erin Sauve at 57%. So Noemi Aki, the rookie who's leading the tour, has a massive nod in the Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites.
She
That's
does.
your opportunity to get some skin in the game, Fantasy Freeride. Get your bets in, get in a league. It's so much fun. You know, it makes you feel like you're a little bit of a part of it.
Totally fun to get involved and fun to see the fans behind Erin too. You know, like she's a vet. People know she can throw down, so people are looking for that. I like seeing that. I'm kind of like an underdog rooter, you know.
Totally.
But
And
she's not an underdog.
Erin started the season last year as an underdog as well. She had a big crash in Verbier. She had never done visual inspection before, and then it was that slow burn. And by the time we got later in March, she was winning everything, hitting the biggest airs on any face. So I would not count her out. She's, like you said, she's a world champ. She's a veteran. She knows what to do, and she's also fairly familiar with that underdog spot.
And the tour's a long game, right? Like these athletes this year, it's 6 stops. So I think the athlete mentality going into today is it's not a make or break. People can still kind of go for it. Some people are trying to stay safe, like get a good result. We do have a couple athletes in the ski field that don't have any results yet, so they really need to land a run. But then you have a lot of athletes with results where they're like, well, maybe I'll just go for it, and I still have 2 stops to make sure I get above the cut.
Totally, and I think we're going to see both sides of that strategy game play out today. On the Ozone face, as we zoom in on start number 1, we are just about 10 seconds away from our first rider of the day. It's going to be Nuria Caston-Baron, the Spanish shredder. She's fresh off a podium finish in Val Thorens, France. She is so excited. She's ready to go. Nuria, when she is on fire. Such a sender, such a great rider. She had a tough go in front of the home crowd in Spain, but she's going to be looking to really just fire things up. Always a fan favorite, and Nuria is, oh yeah, you can hear it. The excitement is building here as Nuria grabbing on, ready to do that border cross start and fire herself out. On to Ozone, here we go. Kicking Horse Pro is on.
Dropping out of start 1, Nuria is on course. She is making her way down the ridge. So she's maybe gonna head over and hunt down some cornice. Got to be hard being the first one out of the start gate.
Yeah.
She doesn't know what this snow's like. She's got probably the biggest nerves. There's a kind of a long ridge approach here, but you can see that there's cornice, some pepper. She's looking for her spot. Nice, and a 360 right off that cornice, coming into the face on that heel side.
Yeah, you can see the tracks from the forerunners and the ski cutters, checking avalanche conditions and stuff. So Nuria kind of has an idea. It's pretty good. Getting the judges' attention right out of the gate with that 360. So Nuria with a very strong start to her run here.
Absolutely, making her way into the middle of the face there. Some good snow. This is where I've heard there's the best snow on the venue. It's kind of the deepest pattern, but also that skier compaction. Looks like she's looking for her next feature. Making pretty quick work of this face, too.
Yeah, there's a nice peppery little chunk. Nuria biting that off, getting on the heel side, and rocketing out on the apron. That sunshade line is kind of your indication that they're past all the features there, as Nuria now approaching the finish gate. She's through the arch and done. That is run number 1 of the Kicking Horse Pro.
And things are officially underway. Nuria going first. You know, she has first access to the slope and the fresh pow, but she has less tracks to kind of give her a landmark. She has less information, maybe. She, you know, it's there, like you said, there's advantages and disadvantages to dropping first.
All right, Amy, let's take a look back here at the start of Nuria's run.
Nice 360 off that cornice, landing nice and solid on her board, getting a couple pow turns in as she lines up. Kind of like a little bit of a technical turn through some pepper, maybe a little washout there. And then she goes over and she hunts down this kind of pepper air, which those airs are kind of tough. They're a little raked out, you know. and then she just rips into that fast kind of straight line all the way down to the finish.
You could see the emotion there. I think she said effing butt check, and we'll see. You know, she kind of disappeared in the smoke cloud as she went down, so maybe the judges seeing that as more of a white room situation.
Is it a butt check or a face shot? That's for them to decide.
All right, well, the score coming in, a 62 for Nuria, so they saw it. They always see it.
Yeah, they see everything.
You think they didn't see it. 62 points to kick off snowboard women for Nuria Caston-Baron. And her feelings on that one pretty clear there. I think that was a bit of a shrug and a, okay, well, back to the drawing board. But we go back up, and this is what it...
Ana Martinez is second.
Looks like we got our next rider out of start 2.
Yeah, this is going to be Ana Martinez. She was last year's winner, and we can see there on the split screen, Ana Martinez, kicking horse, Golden BC Pro in 2024. She was a rookie last year, and we were on a different face, as you said, Amy, the T1 South, so totally other side of the resort. Taking the win here in her rookie season, having an absolute blast doing it. And now we are ready to kick things off again with the French rider coming out of Chamonix, and she is on course out of start 2.
Yeah, kicking things off with an air, got a grab there. And while she won here last year, she has not been on this venue before, so this is all new to her. She is taking that little traverse over through this shelf feature. She's on the far rider's left side of this venue, which is kind of the big mountain meaty side with some big cliffs, big features, and some big exposure.
Yeah, so the Chamonix rider picking off what she is right at home with, the steep, gnarly terrain, and Ana Martinez getting into an untapped section of the Ozone face. You can see the spray of the snow. Beautiful champagne powder, and right off the nose of that and stomping as well. 2
stomped airs, nice and clean. This is area that might have sun crust if something has a little south kick to it, so we'll see if that gets her at all, but right now it does not look like it. She is just getting down the mountain fluidly, lots of turns, coming into this couloir feature, kind of a cool gully, little air in the middle, nice, stomps it, and she is coming out with a lot of heat, speeding through down on that apron section.
Pointing it out of the couloir, so Ana Martinez getting it done quick and fast as she flies now. Well, losing actually a little bit of speed. It does get extremely flat right before that finish. So the judges have said they're not going to dock fluidity for riders that need to unstrap to push across the line as we take a look back at the run of Ana Martinez.
Yeah, this is her first air, opening it up. Nice solid landing into that heel side turn. And then she drops right into another air. Just looks fun. That looks like a fun line, just a really fall line. Riding, making her way through these kind of shrubby trees, and then off her 3rd air.
Yeah, I really like the way she presses the back foot in first there to keep the board from going under, the nose of the board from going under. Ana, even though she is relatively new to the World Tour, only in her 2nd year, she rides like a veteran. She's got that big mountain savvy. So walking across the line there for Ana Martinez, all smiles. Such a strong start for her on her Freeride World Tour career, and she's going to be looking to jump things up. She's sitting right now in 3rd overall, and you know, I think she's going to want to step that up. And that run was definitely a good start to her campaign.
Yeah, like you said, she's new, sort of, to the Freeride World Tour, but she is really known for her clean, consistent riding.
All right, well, the judges dropping in quick on this run, a 78.
Nice.
So Ana Martinez is going to be taking over the hot seat from Nuria. We hear them just catching up, trying to always listen in, do a little eavesdropping on the storytelling from these riders in the finish area as the relief and just, you know, it all washes over them once their runs are done. And now Ana getting comfy in the hot seat as she waits for the rest of the snowboard women's field to have their say here. You can see trying to warm up her face. Yeah. It is cold, minus 22.
We're gonna have to call it the cold seat.
Yeah, minus 22 Celsius, I think minus 7 Fahrenheit. So chilly day out here in the Purcells. But Ana, her work is done and dusted. As she's now going to sit there and she can look straight up the face. It's nervous moments for an athlete when there's still quite a bit of the field left to run.
Still have 5 athletes. Still 5 athletes to drop in snowboard women, and so yes, she's in that hot cold seat for now, but she's got to wait and see what her fellow competitors throw down.
Absolutely. So the next rider here, we look, the traverse from start 1 to start 2 is pretty rugged, and you can see just there in the upper center of the screen, that is Audrey Hebert. Audrey coming over the Kicking Horse Pass from Banff. She lives very close by here. She's probably the most local that we have in the event, coming up from Banff and ready to go now. She has competed at Kicking Horse a ton on the Challengers and on the 4 stars, so she knows this resort inside out. She's definitely ridden Ozone. We're still just looking at Anna as we wait for Audrey to be ready to go up top, but so exciting here. Snowboard women, the first category in the Kicking Horse Pro.
Absolutely, and Audrey, you know, coming from just over the pass, basically, you know, she's at home in these rocky Purcell Mountains. She knows this snow type. She knows how to ride in these cold conditions. I definitely think that adds a little bit to your confidence.
Yeah, so Audrey coming back to the tour. She was on in 2017 and 18, and then has been a mainstay on the qualifiers for ages. Coming back to the Freeride World Tour, now sitting in 2nd overall. She said she's got a totally different mindset than she did the first time she was here, and she's just having a blast. She's having such a good time, super positive, and like she said, easy trip over, just a couple hours over the pass, and now she is dropping in Audrey Hebert from start 2.
On course, lining up, oh, a front flip with a butt check, but that was fun to see right out of the gates. Now she's gonna make her way over to that traverse through the shelf feature. That's going to see some traffic today, so we'll watch for that to deteriorate with some rocks in there. But this is how you get to some of the meat of the terrain over here.
Well, what an aggressive start for Audrey. I love that. Right out of the gate with the tame dog front flip, popping off the next air. That traverse on your heel side, you know, for a regular foot rider, it's so scary, just looking out over the abyss. And Audrey now well and truly into her run, giving herself a big spray and just having a little bit of a checkup. So fluidity now, you know, starting to pick up for Audrey as she just lines up her direction. A different trajectory completely there than we saw Anna go.
Yeah, different than the Forerunners as well, finding a new kind of creative spot, new landing. And it looks like she just washed out a bit there again. So maybe it is that sun crest coming up. Maybe there is some inconsistency in the snow we don't know about. But she's making her way through these punchy trees, which kind of add some landmarks. And then she goes really fast through that couloir feature and then getting hung up down again.
That was a bit of a tough one, a bit of a buck and bronco ride for Audrey Hebert. It's tricky to tell if it was snow conditions or maybe, you know, a bit of snow in the goggles on the front flip at the top.
Could have been.
And all of a sudden your vision or even your kind of whole mental game gets a little bit rattled when the first move doesn't go right to plan, and then the rest of it, you know, it is a delicate house of cards, one of these free ride runs as we look back here at the replay.
Yeah, so cutting straight to her kind of heel side, scary traverse, as you mentioned, through that shelf feature. And then this is where she kind of had some fluidity bobbles. You're seeing that on the judging, the video judge, but then finds that new trajectory off that feature. And here she's coming through these punchy trees, looking like she's looking for her other feature as she comes into that couloir with the little mini pepper air and then washes out a little bit. Not sure what happened there, but obviously control will be affected in her score.
Yeah, sometimes when you get going that fast, you just need to be a bit patient with the fall line and wait to try to throw the board sideways and turn. And I think Audrey just rushed it a little bit there. And unfortunately, the board coming off.
And so, you know, with the visual inspection, it's all about, you know, those landmarks. But with all those punchy trees, sometimes it's hard. You get a little confused.
Yeah, there's a lot of trees. So 26.67, that's going to be a throwaway for Audrey Hebert. As you said, we've got 5 comps before the cut this year. So every rider is going to get at least 2 that they can throw away. And she's got a couple solid results behind her already on the podium on the first event. Trying to hear them catching up, but not quite catching all the words there. As we are moving through the snowboard women's category at the Kicking Horse Golden BC Pro, Anna Martinez holding down the top spot, Nuria Castelbaron and Audrey Hebert. Those are the top 3 currently, but we still have half the field to go as we make our way back to the top. This is Michaela Davis-Meehan, the Aussie rider, full free spirit, embracing the van life, spending a ton of time in Revelstoke, just over the pass, the other direction from where Audrey lives, the Rogers Pass. And Michaela, the last time we were on Ozone, she won, so she is a huge threat here today.
And lining up an air right out of that second start gate and then making her way again heel side over to that rocky traverse to get over and get into the meaty section of that rider's left side of the face, the big mountain face.
Yeah, that view from behind really shows you just how exposed that traverse is for a snowboarder on their heel side edge. As Michaela getting now set up above the first possible feature that she could hit and getting set now and into it well and truly, stomping the first air for Davis-Meehan.
Yeah, finding a nice clean landing and making some quick turns as she moves over to her next feature. Let's see which way she's going to take this one. Right off the nose, landing just shy of that tree, nice and perfect. Diving into a couple good deep pow turns there.
Yeah, Michaela's so strong on the heel side edge. You can tell she's been doing her squats and deadlifts as using the pressure of the legs to dig the board into the snow and slow herself down. And coming down now, this is proving to be a popular section in the snowboard women's category, getting on that heel side nice and patient. That was very well done there for Michaela Davis-Meehan. Didn't rush the turn and was able then to hold on. Sometimes you just got to embrace the speed.
Yeah, she had to commit to that speed, pop over that pepper, but again, the traverse at the bottom for the snowboarders isn't quite as fun. You can see those side steps there, and this is her top air in the replay, and she is dropping into her second feature here. Nice, good, clean, straight air. Good, fresh landing there.
Yeah, she got her, you saw her get the grab there, so that's going to add on the air and style meter. And then this one over the tree.
There's like
and
a
look
tree
at that
tap.
turn. That turn was so precise to get herself back in control to line up this air into the couloir. And then this is what I'm talking about, that patience. Not putting the board all the way sideways allows her to just stay in control. And you have the rest of the apron to run the speed off, you know, but it's scary when you pick up that much speed to embrace it or commit to it. And Michaela Davis-Meehan doing a great job of that, a very fluid, solid run, top to bottom for the Aussie rider.
Yeah, and coming, she's straight lining towards the freeline, but she's going to come across that sun shadow line as well, so there's a little bit of like a visibility change, but she was really patient, committed to that speed, and I feel like she might have done a little tree tap on that middle air. I mean, the judges will have the binoculars and see, as you've said in the past, like we're not the judges, we only see what we see on the screen here, same as you guys at home, but I saw a tree tap.
All right, well, Michaela catching her breath. The score coming in 81.
Nice.
Michaela Davis-Meehan back to her old ways on Ozone with a banger run there, putting one down and popping Ana Martinez out of the hot seat. So that's going to be a huge relief. Michaela was definitely looking for a result.
Yeah.
She had a tough run at the first event in Spain and then went huge in France, but with a crash. So that's going to be very, very heartening for her to put one down. Of course, we're nowhere near done yet, but still, it feels good to put a good one down.
Yeah, absolutely. Her energy is so contagious, and I bet that feels really good. And getting some support from fellow riders and talking it through. Trying to eavesdrop a little, see if we can hear what they're saying and see the kind of the vibe check from the finish line. But we've got the thermometer there. That's officially the cold seat. You want to be in the lead, but you got to do something to stay warm while you're there.
Well, Michaela just looking back up and taking it all in, the relief that washes over a rider after they finished a great run on the Freeride World Tour. You could see it on her face. So Michaela Davis-Meehan takes over the lead in the snowboard women's category. This is the first category out of the gate today at the Kicking Horse Golden BC Pro. And so far, a great start. Very popular area. Pretty much every one of the snowboarders going through a very similar zone. You said it before, Amy. We heard from the forerunners that's some of the best snow on the face. So pretty wise line choices there.
Absolutely, and again, she's been on this face. She has won on this face. That's gotta be a mental boost.
For sure, and taking the completely opposite side that she won on.
Thank you.
It's cold out here, but hopefully some fans are trickling down to the finish line. It's gonna be a party down there eventually. Gotta stay warm with those positive vibes. I love.
Got a little kangaroo pin there on the neck warmer.
Yeah, the kangaroo pin is awesome. A little ode to home.
All right, we're moving back up to the top. Start one, our next rider out of Tonon, France, Estelle Rizzolio. She's a DJ in her spare time. She's doing computer code, and she is essentially, Estelle is she's sending, full-time sender. Sometimes it works out. We saw her last year in second right here in Golden. Actually, the last 2 years she's been on the podium. So this has been a happy hunting ground for Estelle Rizzolio, and we'll see if she can continue that streak and find herself back on the podium here. Start number one right from the summit of Ozone, and Estelle is on the face.
I like that clap coming out of the gate. She looks energetic, excited. She's going to make her way down the ridge, maybe over to that cornice feature, and see that beautiful view of the venue. That's kind of all the athletes can see dropping in. You see how it's kind of like a blind rollover, so that's why that visual inspection is so important, and she's just going to drop into the face right over the split in the cornice, and she is pumping, trying to keep her speed as she works her way across. No doubt feature hunting.
Oh yeah, here we go. You can see a few little items starting to show their faces underneath Estelle as she pops her way off that first feature. The snow on this side of the face looks absolutely glorious in that early morning light. Just carving a big toe side turn, spraying that champagne powder as Estelle now coming down. There's features stacked up below her. Oh, getting a little caught up, but no problem.
Off that air, little, like you said, little bobble, but recover quickly. Lands that air nice and square. And it looks like she's heading over for another turn. And lining up a last little nug. Oh, nice. Off the donger, little butt smudge on the bottom, but back on her feet and riding out into that sun shadow line.
Yeah, that's a tricky one there because it's almost into a rock well. There's a big dip, and you, I think, either need to jump over it or go really small to line up with the transition. And Estelle finding almost the middle where it's a little bit flat and getting sat down. But the rest of that run really solid and fluid. And the first rider we've seen in snowboard women on a totally different section of the face.
Yep, found a new creative line. I know that athletes are always looking for that. It's kind of a give and take. Do I do the run that everybody's going to do and has a lot of features, or add some creativity?
All right, we see the replay here. That first air, the slough just cascading off. And then this section, Estelle, I mean, oh yeah, you saw her
looks like she might have, little snow snake, rock or something, yeah. But still recovers and lands that air nice and square. And there she's coming into this lower donger air is what I'd call that. Lines it up, and yeah, maybe just not quite catching the tranny there, washing out a bit.
But all in all, a solid run from Estelle Rizzolio. Right now, she is sitting herself in 6th overall. Big smiles down in the finish as the score coming in a 65 for Estelle, so 3rd so far. So is still a possibility that she could land herself on the podium for a 3rd straight year here in Canada.
Yep, still 2 riders to drop, so not sure, but there are still some challengers coming for sure. That is a look at start 2.
Yeah, and speaking of challengers, this is a huge one. This is the reigning Freeride World Champion, Erin Sauvé, riding out of Rossland, BC, Red Mountain, her home resort. You can see the maple leaf on the shoulder of her bib there. Erin's had a rocky start to her her title defense season, and she's going to be looking to get back to her winning ways. Erin, when she's loose and free in her mind, then her snowboard will follow as she is on course and straight into the air out of the gate with a grab.
And immediately onto that heel side edge, going towards that traverse. She is looking to bite off a big chunk of this Ozone face.
Yeah, the judges not taking any marks on fluidity across that traverse, as they just want the riders to be safe going across there. So the judging will restart again now as Erin popping off that one in a solid landing.
Yep, finding a clean spot, no bomb holes there. Working her way with some pow turns over to this next feature. Lining it up, ooh, and taking it nice right off the nose. Clean into a pow turn there again.
Oh yeah, so Erin, now she's getting into the meat of this Ozone face. She's got a few really solid features behind her and a couple below her, popping over the trees or through the trees.
And dropping into that couloir feature again, nice and fast, holding on to that heel side. and nice and patient with the speed out of there.
Yeah, good, solid run for Erin Sauvé. Was definitely looking for one here where she stayed on her feet, and that is going to tick that box for sure.
Absolutely. It feels good to get down there.
All right, back at the top here. Great start of the run for Erin Sauvé, popping right out of the start gate into the air. The judges are going to enjoy that. You know, you want to get their attention right away.
Absolutely. Those airs high on the face, above exposure, they mean something. Right here, she kind of went right off the nose of that middle feature, which found her own fresh landing a little bit bigger, and then working her way through those trees and into that couloir, coming out of that thing with some heat, handling it well, nice and patient and committed to the speed, like you said earlier, and into the finish line. So yeah, a solid run. She's on her feet. I'm sure that feels good. And I'm sure that was her goal coming in here, to maybe start that slow burn you were talking about.
Exactly. 1 point of distinction there in that couloir, I think, between her and Michaela. She did go around that little bottom feature where Michaela went straight over the end of it. Same with Audrey.
Yeah, there is a little pepper feature that you can kind of like ollie over in there.
We can see here on the side, Erin Sauvé visiting the local Golden Elementary School on Wednesday, giving back to the kids in the community. That's your world champion right there. For those kids, such a special moment for them to get to see the world champ live. See if we can catch up Erin Sauvé and Michaela Davis-Meehan becoming fast friends on the tour, roommates, travel buddies, having an All right, well, we love Erin chanting from the crowd. The score up to a 71-6-7. So Erin Sauvé taking over that final podium spot with only one rider to go, but it's a dangerous one. This is your current World Tour leader. Here's a look at where we stand. Michaela Davis-Meehan, Anna Martinez, Erin Sauvé. That is your 1, 2, 3. But the lady in the start gate, riding out of Val Thorens, France, Noémie Eki, she is the current World Tour leader. She is a rookie on the tour, but man, she has made such a splash as we look back at what she did in Val Thorens in front of her home crowd. No less.
Yeah, rookie with a capital R, to say the least. She was so powerful, so fast, and just handling the pressure of being at your home mountain with a performance like that is just maybe a rookie, but mentality of a veteran.
Absolutely, yeah. Rookie only means it's their first year on tour, but certainly not a rookie to freeride snowboarding, as Noémie Eki pushes out of start number 1 for her campaign here on Ozone.
And she is heading right down into the meat of the face, it looks like, on the ridge still for now. Excuse me. So moving through, making some turns, feeling out that snow. The snow on the ridge is going to be a little wind affected. And popping off that cornice, catching a grab.
Full fall line approach and digging that heel side edge in. Noémie Eki, she's got lots of real estate to work with, so no need to really slow down too much. And Noémie coming into a section we haven't seen anybody take on yet, right off the nose and stomping. Noémie Eki on a hot one here.
Yeah, just fast, powerful riding, making quick work of this face, finding another feature with a tree tap there. Finding some pow, maybe a little crest there or a rock, but still moving through it and lining up above this pepper feature. Oh, going big over that kind of peppery cliff and not quite landing there, but already back up on her feet and rocketing out the bottom. Wow.
Yeah, something weird on the takeoff there. As you can see, Noémie Eki was out of balance right away in the air. But the rest of that run, I mean, this woman is making statements every time she drops in on a World Tour start gate. She goes out with such aggression, so much pace, and picking off the biggest features she can find. Let's look back here, Amy, at the replay from Noémie Eki.
So that board touch there with the air off that cornice, and then immediately into this fast, powerful pow turn. And then, like you said, finding a feature that we have not seen any of the snowboard women go off yet.
No hesitation off the nose of that.
Very square landing. And then she makes her way through here, maybe uncovers some rocks, but this feature is a really round, kind of bulbous feature, actually, like a kind of an ice bulb / pepper cliff, and going huge, but just not quite perfectly balanced.
Yeah, you can see the board projecting out from under, the tail dropping, the nose coming up. So definitely not able to stay fully in balance there as Noemi Aki through the finish arch there, unstrapping. Not quite the full package she was looking for, but man, some serious flashes of brilliance. I think we're going to see this young woman become a bit of a legend on the freeride, legend in the making on the Freeride World Tour.
And she really did take it fall line, right from the top of Ozone, right down the middle, right down. Like if you drew a line from start one to the finish, that was her line. So we haven't seen any of the athletes kind of do that really direct line yet.
All right, well, here we have the score of Michaela Davis-Meehan and Noemi Aki coming in at a 67.67 for fourth. So Noemi Aki into fourth. That means that the Aussie rider, Michaela Davis-Meehan, backing it up again on Ozone with another W. And Aaron Sove, oh sorry, that's Nuria Caston-Baron running in. There's Aaron in similar color suits as the snowboard women of the Freeride World Tour celebrating together a huge win for Michaela.
Yeah, queen of the Ozone so far for snowboard women. That's got to feel good, and she was looking for that good result, and she found it. And that is our standings here for Kicking Horse Pro Snowboard Women. We have first place Michaela Davis-Meehan, second place Ana Martinez, third place Aaron Sove. Aaron maybe starting that slow burn we talked about, and Noemi right off the podium. You know, she had that direct line, but had those control issues. So we have big things in store for her later in the season.
No doubt, no doubt. And then we see rounding things out, 6th and 7th, Audrey Hebert with the front flip attempt at the top, probably the single move of the day so far in snowboard women. As we see our little flower ceremony, those are your podium finishers here. Michaela Davis-Meehan with the gold, Ana Martinez silver, and Aaron Sove with the bronze medal at Kicking Horse. So good to have a Canadian on the podium, and then the Aussies and Frenchies. Of course, this is such an international field here. As we take a look at what this has done to our overall standings, Noemi Aki holding on, but it gets a little tighter. She was kind of running away with it before. Ana Martinez now only 3,000 points behind, and Michaela Davis-Meehan jumping up and over the qualifying line for next year, and Verbier and Aaron Sove coming much closer now. Her and Audrey Hebert going to be in a battle for that fourth and final spot. Nuria and Estelle down there. And we are going to go down to the finish where we have the queen of Ozone, Michaela Davis-Meehan, winning. You love this venue. Tell us about your run today and how you're feeling.
Oh, I think I'm more relieved than anything. I've crashed the first two comps, so stoked to finally just put one to my feet. Especially this one, you know, I got to come and take the title again from my last time I competed here. So very excited, yeah.
All right, well, a huge congratulations to Michaela, locking down another big W on the Ozone face. Congratulations, and moving herself way up in the standings into third overall. Fantastic run there for Michaela Davis-Meehan as we are done and dusted with snowboard women.
Yeah, that was a show. They really kicked things off hot. Again, starting off with that front flip. We just knew the stage was set.
All right, well, that's going to do it for snowboard women as we see moments of joy. We are going to be moving on here with the Kicking Horse Golden BC Pro. Stick around. Don't go anywhere because we're coming right back with snowboard men. Welcome back to the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. I'm Derek Foos. I'm here with Amy Engerbretson. We are bringing you all the action from the Kicking Horse Pro Golden, BC. The absolutely stunning backdrop for this event. We have a spectacular morning of competition on tap, and what a start from snowboard women.
Absolutely, what a show, but I'm excited to jump into snowboard men because we've only had 7 riders down this face, and there's a lot of freshies, a lot of fresh landings, a lot of features to hit.
Absolutely, there's plenty to do up there. The riders have been studying this venue, and we're going to dig into exactly what makes it tick here with our Mammoth venue check.
Welcome to Ozone, a venue we haven't been since a couple of years. A beautiful venue, super aesthetical, with a lot of different options. You can go pretty much as far right as you can see to how far left as you can go. Stairway to heaven.
Yeah, venue's looking good. Blustery, cold day up here today, but the venue's holding up well.
Yoo-hoo! Oh yeah! So behind me, this is start number 1. Riders are going full line and all the way on the ridge on the other side. Start number 2, which would be just at the end of this ridge. The access they're gonna get, it's everything below me. As I can see, it's pretty steep, a bit of gnaw, and a couple of places over there that they can reach to go far, skis left of the venue. Right now we are on the way to start 2, and we're putting some fixed rope just to make sure that the riders may be able to access it safely.
So now we are looking the upper shelf, who has been used for many years but looks pretty good, and we are looking if landing's okay, if rider can avoid rocks down there. Looks good.
Yeah, it's kind of normal. I can't play without chasing. And I would say just
Hey, welcome back to the Kicking Horse Pro. This is stop number 3 on the 2025 Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance, and we are into snowboard men. Snowboard women have had their say and lit things up as we move on now. Snowboard men, the first man out of the gate is going to be none other than the Maple Leaf, proudly new Maple Leaf owning Jonathan Penfield, just picking up his Canadian citizenship over the summer. So here we have a look. This is our overall rankings where Enzo Nilo, he's a rookie. He's been on the tour before, re-qualified this year, now sitting on top. And Remy Benamo and Victor Delarue are holding it down together in that second overall spot. And then the first man out of the gate, John Powell, Jonathan Penfield, will be is holding on to 4th. Down below the cut, we've got some big names. Tilden Woolley, the rookies, really made a splash so far with huge 360s. Liam Rivera, Verbier rider, and Cody Bramwell, both going to be looking to jump up, both former Freeride World Tour event winners. And then Holden and Conrad, Kiwi and American, both looking for results. Both of those guys have 2 crashes already this year, and they're going to be looking for a big splash today here in Golden. BC at the Kicking Horse Pro. So we take a look at our start list.
Yeah, you mentioned John Powell, Jonathan Penfield leading us off, newly Canadian, but he and I went to high school together down in Lake Tahoe, Truckee, California. So not American anymore. Now he's Canadian. That's awesome. Leading us off. Then we have third out of the gate, Victor De La Rue. He won here last year in Kicking Horse, although it wasn't on this venue. And then we have eighth drop-in. We have Enzo Nilo, our tour leader. And then down, dropping 11th, Liam Riviera. He actually won last year, the last time we competed on Ozone. So, like we said, maybe an advantage.
Yeah, Liam Rivera definitely knows how to get it done on Ozone. As we're going to take a look at our Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. Victor De La Rue has 90% of you feeling that he is going to stand on the podium today. Enzo Nilo and Jonathan Penfield nearly tied at 39 and 35%. Peak Performance Fun Bet, Fantasy Freeride. Get involved, get your bets in, get engaged, as you can have your say. And the winner of the overall gets a all expenses paid trip to Verbier.
No way.
So definitely worth your time to lock in, as we are looking at John Powell, JP John Penfield, the enzyme scientist, the snowboard technician. The gnarlier and steeper it gets, the more comfortable this man is on a mountain. Loves riding powder, as he is going way out here to the riders right along the ridge.
Yeah, dropping in on face, catching a little air off those little wind features up top. Like I said, it might be a little wind scoured on the ridge as he makes his way down, maybe to this cornice feature. But once he gets on slope, there has not been that much wind on the face, which is awesome.
Yeah, and kind of rare, honestly, for this part of the world. Often Ozone gets the wind coming out of the east and pushing. Oh, I love that, dropping in and out of the face, just adding a little spice to the stew there for John Penfield as he's going way down the ridge. There's lots, you can see exactly what's looming below that cornice for Jonathan Penfield as he now looks to lock in on his landmarks and get into the meat of things.
Yeah, first rider to go this far over riders right on this feature and straight into the gnar off the cornice. Wow, with that double and a 3.
And he holds on and then spinning the other way. Front side 3, backside 3, back to back.
Wow.
That was action-packed for Jonathan Penfield, bringing the freestyle, bringing the heat and the intensity of that run.
Yeah.
If you blinked, you might have missed it there for John Powell.
Fast, but packed in lots of features, and again, right into the gnar. Jonathan really known for like painting the mountain, finding a unique line, and then doing good work with that unique line, coming right across the finish line there. Gotta say, I got some pride. The Truckee Wolverines strong, you know?
Oh, let's look back here, Amy, at the replay of this as we see Jonathan Penfield straight into it.
Wow.
Back 3 off the second step of that double, and then right away into the front side 3.
Making a double out of that feature with that trick, a slight kind of board, like he's riding the back of his board there. Yeah, that's for the judges to decide what he's doing there, but then right into that. The big 360, his bottom air was huge. Fast work, like you said, like coming down the ridge, had the little kind of re-entry move. I like that. And then had it just in store for us over on that playful side of the venue.
Well, the judges have their work cut out for them when the first rider of the day puts that down. And I feel like uncharacteristic quietness in front of the backdrop today. Could be the cold. Saw it in the snowboard women too. Not a lot of chatting going on. People, I think, saving their energy to stay warm. As that score coming in at a 74.67 for John Penfield. So the judges, you know, being maybe a little bit cautious with throwing huge numbers out for the first rider, but a solid score there, and that's going to set the benchmark for the rest of the field today.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, upsides, downsides, dropping first. Maybe a little quiet there because there's no one down there with him yet.
Yeah,
but
nobody to
John
talk to.
Powell, maybe not somebody of a man of many words, but deep thoughts for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Jonathan, definitely one of the most unique line selectors on the Freeride World Tour, as he now takes up residence in the Dina Star hot seat, and he's going to wait and see what the rest of that snowboard men's field has to say about it. So many varied line options on this Ozone face, so lots of possible directions to take. As we say that, we're looking at our next rider starting from the total opposite side of the mountain there. This is young rookie Tilden Woolley riding out of Truckee, California. We've seen flashes of brilliance so far from Tilden. Big 360s at the start starts of both of his runs, and then just coming unstuck on both of them. But actually not in Val Thorens, sorry. He did manage a 5th place finish there, so he's sitting in 8th overall. But Tilden Woolley, one of the rookies that have made a big splash on the tour immediately. I love the way this guy rides, and I just love the way he carries himself through life. Such a friendly dude, and always, I mean, he's just like head over heels in love with snowboarding.
Yeah, we were chatting this morning over coffee and breakfast, getting to know each other. We're from the same town, never met before, but his vibes were just super cool, calm, collected, just ready to go out and have fun on his board.
Yeah, so he's sitting in 8th overall right now. He's going to want to rocket himself up the rankings. He's had a couple really close ones. You can see him nodding there. That's Victor De La Rue sitting up there on the Eagle's perch, watching over and seeing what the other riders are doing as Tilden Woolley gets things started here from start 2.
Right out of the gate, off that air, and then immediately moving. Riders right there. Oh, big tranny air, up and over, finding perfect transition. Good landing on the other side, working through that nice fresh snow.
Yeah, I really like that transfer approach, going cross court, cross fall line, and Tilden Woolley now coming in. As we pan out, you can see what's below him. No easy way out as he lobs a backside 360. Kind of chunking into the landing there. Definitely a fluidity pause for Tilden Woolley as he pops off the nose of that one, getting the grab, holding onto that heel side edge.
Wow, that was just a huge 360. You can see that aggression, that kind of boost factor that he has for sure. And then that lower, I'm calling that thing the lower donger, finding the tranny, even though we know there's like a little bit of a dish there, so.
All right, Amy, let's take a look at this replay.
A big transfer air at the top, just finding that perfect landing in the POW, getting some nice, look at the snow quality there on those turns, and then lining up this huge 360.
Yeah, he just got the tail in and then it kind of plugged up as all his forward momentum just stopped there. I love the way he took off there. Really floaty, comes around. Yeah, I think a slight over rotation that the toe side edge dug in and he wasn't able to keep, just carry the momentum. Instead, you know, the energy buildup is so quick when you come down from that high.
Absolutely, really steep landing in there, but I love the way he just, no hesitation, dripped that big 3 right off. Walking across the finish line. Feels good. Maybe we'll get some chatter in front of the wall.
Jonathan, you're so sad. Yeah, I just like didn't get the pop right.
All right, well, here we have the score dropping for Tilden as we see it moving up. So a 60-point run. Oh, what could have been there for the Truckee, California rider there. Tilden Woolley, another run. So close to brilliant, so close to probably, you know, a very high scoring run. He's got all the pieces. Once we see them put them all together, I think we're going to see this guy standing on the podium at the Freeride World Tour. As we look back here, the next man in the gate. This is your 3-time world champion of the Freeride World Tour, Victor De La Rue. Coming out of after his home event, he lives in Val Thorens, and now he's looking to back things up. He won here last year, as you said before, on a different face on that T1 South, but you can't count Victor out anywhere, anytime. This guy has the complete package, board handling, tricks, and he is out of the gate with intent.
Pushing right out on face, hopping over that top feature, coming in with some heat. Oh, nice, big 360, stomps it, finding that perfect landing.
Oh yeah, Victor now, and another 360 front side there, so he spun both ways already, and Victor De La Rue making short work of this face, popping through the rocks, catching up a little bit of speed and lobbing another 360 and just making it over the rocks.
Yes.
Wow. Well, packing that run, absolutely packing it. One of his best travel buddies beat him in the last event, and you know Victor doesn't stand for that, so he wanted to put down a banger run, and Victor doing exactly that.
Made quick work of that face, good line creativity, tricks, great landing. One small bobble with maybe some like chunkiness in the snow. Here we go. First big 360, finding that landing, just stomping that, coming out with nice speed. Getting a little creative here through the trees, finding like a little sneak shoot. into some fresh snow, and then that's where he had the little bobble on some snow. Not sure what happened there. And then again, no hesitation, right into another big 3, landing just barely on the other side of those rocks, but stopping it and flying out with speed.
Yeah, finding trajectory. You can see that Mammut line tracker. The only deviation from the fall line was when he was in the air on that huge cross-court 360. So Victor De La Rue making the absolute most of the Ozone face. Blink and you miss it. All smiles there. As Victor now waiting for the score. The judges speaking quickly. The score coming up, 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 and up. 88-6-7. And Victor De La Rue is moving into the hot seat. A huge run there. Yeah, the hot cold seat. Huge run there for the world champ.
All the French snowboarders did some face art with the frostbite tape this morning, and you can't really see it with his goggles, but maybe you take some off, you see they have like cat faces made out of their frostbite tape, which I like.
Je croyais tellement pas en moi. J'étais sûr que j'allais faire de la grosse râle.
Exactly,
Yeah.
Victor. All right, well, back up we go. The Kicking Horse Pro lighting up here for snowboard men. We got the man from Zillertal, Timmy Schroeder. He's got the German flag and just taking it all in. It is so beautiful up there today. A gorgeous background. Timmy Schroeder, he's been on the podium. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and he's about to get it done here on Ozone.
Yeah, bringing that energy right out of the start gate. You can see it. He's excited. He's feeling good. And he is dropping in on that ridge. We'll see where he's headed. And right onto the face, over the cornice, getting that air, getting grab.
Yeah, and taking a unique direction approach here over towards this traverse, but from start 1. Now cross court with the front side 3. Perfect landing for Tim Schroeder, arcing a toe side turn. These conditions absolutely gorgeous, and you can see him just laying in to that heel side carve, the snow spraying everywhere for Tim Schroeder.
Yeah, just making it look fun, making it look good and greasy. Lining up something below him. He's got some peppernar airing over everything. Oh, into a double, and a little washout on that landing. Was just going so fast.
Yeah, super aggressive fall line approach there for Timmy Schroeder, turning that into a double, kind of a long and low, you know, the kind of feature that you could ride down if you weren't going fast enough, but he certainly was going fast enough there. So very quick work of the Ozone face there for Tim Schroeder.
And right off that cornice, popping that air, solid grab, lands solid, and then just rips right over across to a new unique part of the face, 360. And right into those greasy turns. And here, starting off that double, he starts over this kind of peppery air, lands it, no speed check, right quickly off that double. And that feature, when you look at it on the screen, it's hard to see, but when we look kind of at the mountain across from us, it's kind of a bulbous, like raked out feature. So it's not the easiest feature, especially with coming at it with that speed.
Yeah, it's long, and you can see Tim touchdown basically for only a board length before he was off in the air again. And unfortunately, that heel side edge, the board just getting a little sideways, and Timmy getting bounced out of the landing. So the score, not going to bother the score of Victor De La Rue, 68-3-3. That's going to move him into 3rd so far for Timmy Schroeder, the German rider. So we are firing here through our snowboard men's category on Ozone at Kicking Horse. That is start number 1. Right there up at the summit. You can see the rest of the snowboard men's field and a few of the ski women starting to gather up there as we are moving through this quickly. These runs don't take very long when you never come out of the fall line.
Yeah, it's just it's an action-packed face. There's no transition, there's no rests, as you call it. It's just top to bottom free riding, out of the gate, straight to the finish line. You can see that cat face there with the frostbite tape, and he's holding up the thermostat or the thermometer, and it's cold for sure. But you know what? Cold equals good snow, so we'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. Blower powder for these riders as we're looking at the gate. Everybody, you know, getting those last-minute high fives and hugs and congratulations and best wishes for these riders. It's such a unique blend of fiery competitors and good friends in this community. So these riders, they want to win. They want to stand on the podium. They want to be holding that big Freeride World Tour trophy at the end of the season. And this man is no different. Cammy Armand, one of the most talented snowboarders on the face of the earth, known for huge backflips. Cammy right now looking for a strong result. He's got a couple of sixths under his belt, riding out of Chamonix, France. So definitely no stranger to big, scary terrain. Part of the Freeride Fiasco crew with Enzo and Victor. Each of those guys has a win. Maybe it's Cammy's turn to take the W today.
You saw him giving the thanks and love to the riders up top as he drops in. You can see that camaraderie, and making his way down the ridge, the windy ridge. Gonna find a spot on the, and getting a little washed out there, but then airing off the cornice into the face, into that better snow. That snow transition is major when you get off the ridge. Working through some fast, fun turns.
Quickly off the toe side edge, floating a 360 for Cammy Armand. Not really slowing down at all, just pointing himself towards his next feature. So Cammy Armand definitely with an aggressive approach here to his run on the Ozone face. And no easy way out below him, lobbing it fall line. Oh! And just coming undone there as the board gets put sideways across the fall line. You can see the emotion there from Cammy.
Yeah, just that was, again, another like kind of long and low one, just trying to rip a really lot of air time, but not that far off the ground, and just a lot of speed getting washed out in that landing. But again, quick work of that face. I mean, we don't have a timer up here, but that was a fast run. And again, what I love about these conditions is I can see the enjoyment in the riders in the in-between moments, between the features. Like, they're getting some nice turns. They're making me jealous.
Yeah, we saw Cammy on the ridge top. That's where the wind has had a little tickle on the face or on the snow. But then right into the meat of it here, floating this backside 360 landing right next to the tree, but perfectly balanced. But definitely now, here's where we start to see things really ramp up as Cammy going huge there, landing and then bending out the tail of the board, kind of tail press, and then the board gets sideways, and you can see his good buddy Victor there with that reaction. We all want a stomped run from Cammy Armand.
Look at that Mammut line tracker, just straight from like halfway down the face, just straight. And he was just had a lot of speed, a lot of heat, and yeah, going big.
Well, another man with the kitty cat frostbite tape on the nose.
I should have gotten ready with those guys.
Well, the boys catching up there. Score coming in, Cammy Armand a 55. So yeah, some significant control issues in that run. So Cammy goes to give a high five to his good friend and travel companion Victor De La Rue, who is holding down the top spot with John Penfield and Timmy Schroeder nipping at his heels. But we are just getting in here to about the halfway mark on the snowboard men's field. Next rider out of the gate, the Kiwi, riding out of Aspen. He lived in Australia. He spent some time in Whistler. A true Mr. Worldwide, Conrad Niven. But he's got the Kiwi flag on his shoulder. He's got a gorgeous dyed blonde mullet, a big mustache. Conrad, he's a stylish fella out there in the streets of Golden.
He's got the swag for sure, no doubt. Great energy too with Conrad. You can just see the beautiful view up there. I mean, like we said earlier, we're sitting right kind of at like the line of the Purcell Mountains and the Rocky Mountains here in Golden, Canada. And oh God, I just love these mountains so much.
Yeah, spectacular backdrop for the canvas that is the Kicking Horse Golden BC Pro. You can see Conrad there in the gate, getting ready to kick things off. And this is one of the start gates on the Freeride World Tour that's a little bit of a nicer place to hang out. Bit of breathing room. 31 years old. Conrad definitely looking for a strong result here. I think safe to say we haven't seen the best of Conrad Niven just yet. A couple great runs interrupted by some crashes. And Conrad just waving to the homies as he rolls out now and between the posts and getting things started with intent for Conrad Niven.
Yep, making his way down that ridge. Kind of doing a little wiggle up there, feeling it out. And 360 over the cornice there, onto the face, into the pow.
Great way to start a run. It gets the confidence going, gets the juices flowing. Conrad Niven now into it well and truly, coming down into this lower section. Backside 3, trajectory off though, and Conrad landing right into the tree. Perfect 360, but not the perfect direction there for Conrad Niven.
Yeah, a little miscalculation there, and just right into those trees. Luckily, didn't slow him down. He's back up and riding. Still over some gnar for sure.
Yeah, only one track down there, and that's from our forerunner. Conrad popping, going long, and going over the front of his board. And Conrad taking a tumble. Oh, that's a tough one there for Conrad. Double thumbs down.
Whoa. But he's up and riding after that, Tommy. You can see that commitment, that fire he has. Like you said, if he could just get one of these runs clean to his feet, I mean, wow.
Yeah, got bucked by the horse there, Conrad Niven, as we look back here at the replay, Amy.
Yep, coming down, wiggling. I like that little wiggle move right into that 360 off the cornice. Kind of that feel good, and then you can see he's in the pow, he's making those turns, and then he comes over here to this area where you can see his trajectory is very different than the other tracks off there, and just literally right into the trees.
Yeah, blowing the snow off the tree. It almost looked like he pressed a little too much on the, you can see it there on the toe side edge, and it gave him some direction, and he just plugged that tree. This is why the riders wear back protectors, avalanche gear, maybe a pillow in the backpack, and then Conrad lining this one up. Fall line, looks like the landing was, the board just kind of nosing the board under the snow.
I wonder if there's maybe a little bit of like old slough in that landing, maybe a little firmer than he was expecting, but really had a proper tumble out of here as well. But luckily he was up and riding out of that.
Yeah, that was a rough ride there for Conrad Niven. So no joke on the Ozone face.
Nice.
He's not bleeding anywhere. The trees seem like maybe the snow-covered trees.
14 points. Well, hopefully Conrad's all right from that one.
Like you said, got bucked off the horse there. A little bit of a wild one, but we like to see him up, talking, riding, feeling good.
Yeah, just catching up.
Maybe not feeling good.
Yeah, maybe not feeling great after that. So Victor De La Rue, John Penfield, Tim Schroeder, the podium situation unchanged after a couple of riders. As we're back up to the top, this next man, lightning in a bottle, Cody Bramwell, one of the most stylish riders on the tour, one of the most talented riders on the tour, and another one that's just had a bit of a run of unlucky results, going arguably way too big on a giant backflip in Val Thorens and running out of transition. Cody Bramwell, along with his travel buddy, Edvin Olsen, all luggage lost on the way to Canada. So he is in entirely cobbled together kit from the rest of the Freeride World Tour snowboard family.
That is brutal to compete on not your own gear. Like, I wouldn't even want to ride down like a groomer on not my own gear.
Yeah.
So the challenge that presents for the athletes is tremendous. You can see, is he maybe even going goggleless? Is that what's going on here? Looks like it. Pieced together. He's gonna get down.
Yeah, just dropping. I would have gave him my goggles.
Yeah.
All right, well, Cody Bramwell, riding out of the UK, spends his summer in the beautiful islands of Greece, and now he is on the Ozone face. Other people's gear, no goggles, huge cork 3 right off the cornice.
Getting a little stuffed in the landing, but right back on his feet with speed. He's got something. He's got his sights set on something, traversing over to more features on that rider's left side of the rider's right side of the venue. That playful venue with all the features, lining up a donger, popping right off into that nice snow, getting a couple feel-good turns for the soul. Making his way down, look at that.
Yeah, just arcing him there as Cody Bramwell coming into this broken buttress. This is a huge one. Popping off there, clearing the rocks, and going over the front of his board. Cody Bramwell, no goggles to protect his face from the elements or the snow. And a backflip there for Cody Bramwell. Clean landing to finish it off.
I love that, just throwing that backflip off that lower donger, and just, it's got to be a challenge, not being on your board, not knowing the gear, not wearing goggles. Very impressed with that run in those
that's
circumstances.
A lot of pieces.
I mean, And you can see the styly, kind of greasy casualness between features. I love that, just showing that he's got that style, he's got that flow.
Well, popping off the tail there, hand drag 360. Yeah, digging into the heel side edge there. So air and style just maxing out. Love this one with the grab in the powder. Imagine what that must feel like on his face with no goggles on.
Yeah, at minus 7 degrees Fahrenheit or whatever it is. And then just punching right over his nose on that landing.
Yeah, that was a big air there for Cody.
Big air,
and we've seen, you know, that's a similar area where we saw Conrad going down, and then Cody getting the backflip. That is really one of his trademarks, just locking in the heel side edge to control the speed. And that landing, you could see there as the board came back into contact with the snow, it's not super soft there on that slough cone.
Yeah, there's some places where slough has run, and there's also, again, like I said, anything that has a little south kick, we've been told might have a crust underneath.
Well, some emotion there for Cody Bramwell. Big hug for the man in the hot seat, 47.33, so not Cody's day, as he is going to be in and out of the backdrop and just going to be looking to put this one behind him.
Yep.
Cody Bramwell done and dusted for his day. Back up to the top we go. You can see all the way down the Bow Valley towards Banff, the Kicking Horse Pass there in the background. The start one here, seeing a lot of action for the snowboard men, but a couple really strong runs out of start two as the next man in the gate, the current leader, wearing the golden bib on the Freeride World Tour. You can see there on the split screen his run from Val Thorens. He lives in the Trois Vallées, so another French rider doing it at home. And Enzo Nilo, he was on the tour, he was off the tour, now he's back on, and he's come on with a whole new mindset. So Enzo Nilo bringing the thunder.
And so fired up, that emotion. He's also, I saw him, he's got the kitty face tape on there. I think he has a little hard on his nose. Bringing the vibes. You got to do something to stay warm out here today.
Yeah, those three Frenchmen, Enzo, Victor, and Camille, always with such good energy, such good spirits, making their online series about the freeride fiasco. And Enzo Nilo now looking to back up his win in Val Thorens on the Ozone face here at Kicking Horse.
Yeah, we've got the gold bib on the face, making his way down the ridge. A lot of options of where you can go still from this ridge. Could go all the way over, could drop in pretty fall line. Coming in with a lot of heat off that cornice. Big 360, landing nice and square. A lot faster off that top than we've seen anybody else so far.
Yeah, aggressive approach there for Enzo. And now going back three off this one, landing perfectly. Trajectory absolutely on point. So Enzo Nilo with a very aggressive approach here. A ton of speed. Similar approach that we saw Victor De La Rue take, but airing out of that instead of going straight. And no, not able to hold on. Enzo Nilo going down on what was looking like an extremely promising run.
Yeah, just getting maybe caught up in the pepper. Maybe that came up a little fast, but some control issues for sure. But really fast and aggressive riding out of the top. You saw him come into that top section with like twice the heat as any of the other riders. So I'm sure he'll be frustrated with that, no doubt.
Well, these riders, they want to win, and that's what it's going to take. You know, you got to put down the full thunder if you want it, and I love that move. Floating that 360, just kind of almost clipping the tree with his hand, and then this is where things got a little sticky for Enzo.
Yeah, goes for that three. Wash out on the landing, but he gets bucked on something in there. I don't know if it's a rock or a firm piece of snow, but he gets bucked in that transition moment before the takeoff, and then just... You can see his buddies there not enjoying watching their friend crash. Yeah, not the result obviously Enzo was hoping for, but at least he's on his feet and walking through that finish line.
Yeah, the compressed nature of the Ozone face. It's hard when the features are that close together. You don't have a lot of time.
Sorry, guys. Not today. Ah, putain! Je l'avais! Un bisou au petit haricot qui est en train de grandir.
Can't hide that emotion. And like you said, he was riding so fast and these features just come up quick.
Well, these riders, they put so much stock in these runs, and they just want to deliver their absolute best. So 57-point run there for Enzo. Going to slide him into 5th. So another big challenge seen off by Victor de la Rue as he sits in that hot seat, a place, the hot-cold seat, a place he has become extremely accustomed to over his career on the Freeride World Tour. So we're ticking away here at the snowboard men's field. Back up to the top, this next man at a Moonlight Basin, enjoying the fruits of Big Sky Mountain Resort, Holden Samuels. Holden, both in the last comp in Valto and last year here at Kicking Horse, sometimes a victim of just too much sauce. He goes so fast, and sometimes it lands him on the podium. Other times it just, he runs out of transition. And no stranger to the fall line as Holden flying out of the start gate, launching that cross-court air.
Yeah, all sauce right out of that start too. Cross-court air, now he's working into a new part of the face here, lining up a big air right over that, finds that transition, lands it nice and square, and he is above some more gnar here, working his way in, controlling the sauce, lining it up, airing, and look at that. Grease that landing into those big pow turns, enjoying that apron. I mean, that was a sauce run. It was fast.
Love that run from Holden Samuels. He found the perfect outlet for his fall line speed addiction, where he didn't really need to slow down that much. He was able to take every one of those right to their absolute limit of pace and distance. A great run there from Holden Samuels.
Yeah, you can see him clapping as he's coming across the finish line. And look at that, just floating up and over right into that tranny, just like greased the landing.
Yeah, I love that approach. Getting the ollie, poking out the method there on that one, and then just directing himself enough. And then this one that's eaten up so many riders, Holden finding the exact right transition into the landing, getting on the edges, but not too much. Really, really smart scoping there for Holden Samuels.
Yeah, pulling out the stomping legs there and coming out of Big Sky Moonlight Basin, no stranger to some pepper. Like, he knows to work with these kind of raked out peppery cliffs.
Not much to say there.
Full gas.
Full gas. That was Victor de la Rue's appraisal. All right, here we go. The score dropping for Holden Samuels. What's it going to be as it pops up? A 79-67. So Holden slides in just behind Victor into second, and he likes it. He was a man looking for a result. Holden Samuels was with an 8th and an 11th. So two kind of crash runs in his pocket previous to this, and now looking at a podium result. Well, we're not there yet. Maybe we won't count our Holden chickens before they Holden hatch, but he's sitting in second right now, just ahead of John Powell and just behind Victor de la Rue. A very comfortable snowboard sandwich there for the Moonlight Basin rider. As we slide on through our next man in the gate, the Swiss rider. He's a rookie on the Freeride World Tour from a small town in the mountains called Zinal. This guy living and breathing snowboarding. He was so excited to come on the tour this year and meet his heroes. You know, he's been looking up to Victor de la Rue for his whole life. He's now tied for second overall with his hero on the Freeride World Tour. This is the magic of this tour, is these young riders, the rookies, they come on, and the guys, they have posters of their wall, or posters on their wall of are their competitors now, and he is putting it down. You know, he had a podium result back there in Val Thorens, and he's going to be looking to back that up here as we get started with Remy Benamou.
That's a young rider's dream right there, to be competing with his heroes, giving a wave to the fellow competitors up there at the start as he drops in on the ridge, making his way through that kind of wind-affected snow till he finds exactly where he wants to be on that cornice feature. And he's taking it pretty far. Rider's right.
This cornice a little bit smaller this year than we've seen in other years, so it's allowing the riders a bit of a clearer look off the edge to lock in and line up with their landmarks. A piece of the cornice breaking off there as Remy Benamo getting a little too close.
Going all the way over to where we saw John Powell. Making his way down the ridge over into the super freestyle gnar. That's what I'm going to call that zone.
Yeah, only one track here left by Jonathan Penfield as Remy Benamo lining up. Lofty 360 there, tail pressing out. He kind of lost in the snow cloud. Looks like he was not able to hold on to that.
Yeah, lost a little control there, it looks like. And lining up on top of a big mid-slope donger with a big straight air, little tweak in there, and lands it nice and clean and out already.
Now,
onto the apron.
on this toe side edge, he may have the elevation to get over to this final piece.
He's gonna go get our lower slope donger. There we go. Big laid out backflip right to his feet. It was worth the traverse, absolutely. Jinx.
Nice.
And coming in with speed across into that finish line. That was a cool run. Wow. I mean, totally different, totally unique, and not what John Powell did over there. A little bit of control issue for sure, but I don't know, that was a fun one to watch.
Yeah, that was a solid scope there for Remy Benamo as we go back up here and look at the top of his run, Amy.
So this is where he drops in that big 360 on that feature, and then in this landing, just little off balance on the board and not able to stomp that, so some control issues there. No idea if he was planning to hit that air below or not, but he gets over on this other feature, and this big kind of tweak straight air really stomps it. Perfect landing there. Nice fresh snow.
Yeah, I like that approach. That drone shot gives you the idea of how high off the ground he was at takeoff. And then Remy with the long toe side traverse for the goofy foot rider, laying out the backflip there and stomping it absolutely perfectly. So
Love
solid,
that stylish,
solid run.
just snapshot moment there. And right to his feet. Fun one to watch for sure. And again, like just the dynamic of like, Victor De La Rue is watching me from the hot seat. Like, that's crazy for him.
All right, here we go. The score dropping for Remy with that control issue. Not quite going to bother the score of Victor De La Rue, but good enough for fourth.
Yeah, that'll be...
Yeah, it should be a keeper result there for Remy Benamo as the Swiss rider really showing he belongs here on the Freeride World Tour. A look at the ridge top here of Ozone. You got a couple start options in that Billy Goat boot pack to get from start 1 to start 2. Victor De La Rue, Holden Samuels, Jonathan Penfield. That is your top 3 with Remy and Timmy rounding out the top 5 so far. Snowboard men putting on a lightning show here for the Kicking Horse Golden BC Pro. Couple different starts. You can see just adjusting the GoPros, getting everything right. Next man in the gate, Swiss rider out of Verbier, Liam Rivera. Liam has been living and breathing freeride for a long time, and the last time we competed on Ozone, he took the win. You can see there on the right side of your screen, Liam's run here in Ozone. Glorious golden light, glorious golden powder, and he put it down last time, spinning in both directions, putting an absolute laser focus run together. So Liam's going to be looking to repeat that here. He's been a little bit under the weather, got a little bit of a flu, but you know, hopefully taking a little bit of cold medicine, and he's got to do one run here, light it up and lock it down for Liam Rivera.
Yeah, and different than his last run on Ozone, he's going to be out of start gate 2. So over on that kind of more big mountain fall line side that we saw Victor come out of, who's sitting in the hot seat.
Yeah, so there's definitely some precedent. Liam Rivera popping out of the start gate with some speed.
Making his way over.
Oh, backflip, holding on.
Nice.
Little bounce there, but no hand or butt touch as Liam lacing. That heel side carve just feels like it's a triumphant move after that huge flip for Liam Rivera.
Yeah, that transfer air, but backflipping it. We haven't seen any of the riders do that yet. Going for that low, yeah, keeping it on his feet over that bulbous low feature, and then looking to bite off one
climbing the
more.
wall. 360, no, just losing the heel side edge and flopping onto his back.
You can see his reaction there, that frustration.
Almost like an extra credit feature there. Most riders have just pointed it into the fall line there, but Liam saw an opportunity to get another big trick there.
especially after taking a feature we've seen hit before, but backflipping it and then getting into those kind of that raked out bulbous feature that has been a problem for some of the riders, but he keeps it on his feet.
Look at that backflip. There's no lip there. Down sloping takeoff. And Liam just executing that to bolts. I love the way he took off here.
Yeah, and like you said, holds on to that landing.
And then this was that final feature, front side 3 coming around. The rotation was there. Maybe the board dug into the snow a little bit more than he was expecting.
He was really fighting for that rotation though, so maybe just a little off balance as well.
Yeah, the takeoff maybe being a little bit less supportive than he was hoping, pushing on it, and then you start to already rotate when you realize you didn't get the pop you thought you had. You could see his upper body kind of fighting for it. I mean, you can just see the emotion just pouring off of Liam there. That is a heartbreaker, as so much of that run was so spectacular. So the judges, they still have a lot of good to work with there. It's obviously a significant control issue at the bottom on that 360, but they still add up all the other factors and features that he did before that. So, you know, potentially a salvageable score, as outside of the top 3 or 4, we've seen quite a few crashes, maybe 5, we've seen quite a few crashes. So let's see what the judges thought of it. The score ramping up, a 69.83 there. So Liam into 5th, which for a crash is actually a fairly solid ranking currently, but we are not quite done. There is still one more man up at the top. As you can see, the ski women, the dance party in full effect, as they're going to be the next category to drop. Victor, Holden, Jonathan Penfield. That is the top 3. Liam slotting himself into the top 5. So that really shows the promise that that run had. Yeah. That even with a crash, he can still land himself into 5th. The next man out of the gate riding, living in Denver currently, Michael Mon. You know, he is on his home continent. He's coming off the podium at the last event in Val Thorens, listing Bridger Bowl as his home resort. He is always a threat for the podium. Last year, he was 2nd here. That silver medal would look awfully good next to a gold one from Golden. But if he's going to do that, he's going to have to beat the champ. You want to be the champ, you got to beat the champ. Michael Mon, now the last man to challenge Victor for the top spot here in Golden.
And out of that first start gate 1, working his way down the ridge. Looking to orient himself a little bit there. Moving through, we'll see where on the cornice he's gonna pop out and come on into the face.
Yeah, looking like he's lining up. Back 3, landed there for Michael Mon, so he's getting things started with a bang. Definitely a good strategy to get the judges' attention right out of the gate. You can see a lot of riders have been sliding into this section. Michael popping over that, keeping it safe and solid.
Yep, finding a fresh landing, nailing the trajectory there, working his way through these pow turns mid-face, trying to get over to that kind of middle of the venue NAR section.
Yeah, we saw Victor make short work of this, and we saw it take Enzo down. But Michael Mon, so solid over his board, and now pinned out the bottom.
Yeah, just taking on that double with speed, that kind of, you see that excitement, that claim, that mid-ride claim. Little shifty into the finish line. And yeah, just, you know, controlling the speed on that. We've seen a couple people go for that double, some people not make it, and he was able to take that bigger air, keep the speed right over that raked out kind of bulbous air.
He's such a well-balanced rider, always looks so planted on his board. You know, goofy foot rider, finishing things off. Maybe that gave him a bit of an advantage on that one. I like this, wrapping it up, getting way out there, and then launching that backside 3 right off the cornice.
And here's the top, the first stage of that double, getting a grab in there, and then holding on to that speed right over that kind of peppery double.
Yeah, you can see his hands just fighting for balance there.
Fighting for it and holding on, and then, like you said, being patient with that speed out the bottom. Pretty fall line run there when you look at that Mammut line tracker, just pretty T to B.
Yeah, a lot of back foot pressure. Michael going with the Connor McDavid style mouthguard shoe there, a 73.33. So 4th place there for Michael Munn, just outside the podium, but a solid run there for Big Mike.
You heard him say, I'll take that. He's happy with that. He knows it's a long season and standings matter.
All right, well, that is going to do it for snowboard men as the Freeride Fiasco squad. A little bit of light bullying there for the winner from his good friends. Enzo Nilo taking Victor down, and Cammy just kicking the snow straight into his face. Amy, let's take a look at what happened here at the Kicking Horse Pro.
Yep, we have it there. First place, Victor De La Rue with the kitty cat face. Walking away with this, he has been on top of the podium here in Kicking Horse, and he's done it again. 2nd place, Holden Samuels. And 3rd place, John Powell, Jonathan Penfield, my high school buddy on this podium there. He's been on the podium here in Canada before, and that's a great way to celebrate his new Canadian citizenship.
Oh yeah, huge run there. And then you see down at the bottom, another heartbreaker for both of these guys, Cody Bramwell and Conrad Niven, having some big issues. Cody riding in all borrowed gear. Conrad just getting absolutely bucked by the horse. This is our podium. Victor De La Rue with the gold. Holden Samuels with a big comeback result in the silver medal position. And John Powell, Jonathan Penfield locking down 3rd. So all 3 of these men happy, healthy at the bottom. We're going to see what this has done. The mathematicians working the abacus in the back there. Victor De La Rue taking back over the top spot. John Penfield moving up into 2nd overall, not so far behind. And Enzo Nilo, as we look down at the cut line, Holden Samuels has jumped over to the good side, and Cammy Armand just on the downhill side. Liam Rivera, Tilda Mooley, and then we're going to see, of course, Conrad and Cody on the downhill side of that. So those guys got to get to work at the next couple events if they want to put themselves into the mix for Verbier Extreme and next year's Freeride World Tour.
Yeah, pretty big shakeup for the overall there. So changed things quite a bit, broke up the tie.
All right, well, that's going to do it for snowboard men here at the Golden BC Pro. Incredible moments as we are going to be coming back to you with ski women after the break. Do not move. Plenty of action still to come here from Kicking Horse. Welcome back to Golden BC. We are live at the Kicking Horse Pro Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance 2025. Stop number 3. Golden providing an absolutely spectacular backdrop. Our next category, ski women. My name is Derek Foos. I am joined by Amy Engerbretson, and we are keeping you up to date with all the action here live from Golden Kicking Horse Mountain Resort, giving us a show. All of the snowboarders are done, and now it is time for the 2 plankers to have a go on the Ozone face. Ski women going to be the first skiers to take off here. Exciting times. We've seen some of the best competitions in ski women in the history of the Freeride World Tour happen right here on Ozone. I cannot wait to see what these ladies have in store for us. Oh, we got our overall rankings here. Astrid Chelus and Justine Dufour-Lapointe sharing the top spot. Each have a win and a second. So the battle really just starting to heat up. Ari Tricomi, 3-time world champ, in 3rd. And then down there near the cut line, we got a whole bunch of stars and stripes. Chloe Hare, we have seen flashes of brilliance from this young rider. I can't wait to see what she unleashes on this face as we move down through the rankings. Jenna Keller and Britta Winans going to be looking to wind things up and get themselves out of the basement and into the attic of the overall rankings here, the Freeride World Tour. For Britta, she's closer to home soil than she's ever been. She's had some time to heal from that shoulder injury that she picked up in Spain. As we look at our start list here, Amy.
Yep, Britta, fellow Tahoe gals, kicking us off, dropping first. We have Astrid Chelus dropping fourth, tied for tour leader there. And then as we come down, we have Justine Dufour-Lapointe dropping eighth. So those girls definitely, it's becoming a battle between those two. And then all the way down, we have Ari Tricomi dropping 10th. And then to round it off, we have Elizabeth Gerritsen and Susanna Witsch dropping 11th and 12th. And call me biased, Derek, but this is a show I'm looking forward to the most today.
100%. Here we go. Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. Astrid Chelus with 86%, Justine Dufour-Lapointe with 81%, and 43% of you voting that you're going to see Ariana Tricomi on the podium. Peak Performance Fun Bet. It's your chance to get in the mix. Fantasy Freeride. Have your say. Tell us who you think is going to win. Big prizes from Peak Performance available at the end of the season for the correct bets. Bet with your heart, bet with the strategy, bet with the stats, whatever you want to do. But don't forget to do it. You got to have it locked in before the broadcast starts. So if you didn't do it yet for the Kicking Horse Golden BC Pro, you blew it. But there's plenty more events to come here on the Freeride World Tour in 2025.
Yeah, get on there for those bets for the future stops. You can win that. All expenses paid, no, not all expenses, but
some expenses.
Yeah, some expenses paid trip to Verbier. And yeah, just it's going to be, there's a battle setting up in the women's ski field here. I think that's kind of the top story. And then there's a lot of athletes that are looking to put down some runs, put down some scores. They have not had a good run yet on the tour. Molly Armanino looking really hungry today. She was really wanting to perform today. So we'll see what the ladies have in store. We saw them dancing up there to stay warm, mandatory. It's not just the normal, like, girls dancing on mountains. It's actually functional today to stay warm.
You got to keep the muscles moving. You don't want to be pushing that out of that start gate with ice-cold legs. All the muscles moving and the blood flowing. The riders do have to hike up to the start gate from the top of the Stairway to Heaven chair, so they get an opportunity to get kind of warmed up before they kick things off in earnest. So ski women now, this category absolutely on fire. We've seen backflips from both Justine Dufour-Lapointe and Astrid Chelus in both events so far. We'll see if they have a spot on the Ozone face. Haven't seen a ton of backflips, lots of 360s from the snowboarders, a couple good solid backflips though. Cody Bramwell and Remy Benamo, the standouts. But ski women, this is it, and this category has just been so exciting to watch. Every event, they are just bringing the fireworks, bringing the thunder, as we're going to be looking for our first rider in the gate. It's going to be Britta Winans, the Palisades Tahoe native. She dominated on the Challenger Tour last year. She's so strong, so fast, and really, unfortunately, we saw that aggressive approach take her out right at the start of her run at the Bakira Pro, and unfortunately, shoulder coming out of the socket. So Britta's been doing everything she can with the physio team at home to get that shoulder healed up and locked in place. She says she's feeling good, so I'm looking forward to seeing full Britta at this event.
Yeah, I got to chat with her during coffee this morning as we were all trying to save our last bits of warmth, and she has a good attitude, positive outlook. She comes from a freeride family, really, and so she has lots of support. You know, it's that mental game of, like, can you be dinged and still perform, you know, and that's to me, the more impressive part is the mental game that these athletes have, even more than their physical capabilities, which are obviously awe-inspiring.
Totally. Her sister Mia making the trek up from Tahoe to cheer on her younger sibling here on the Freeride World Tour. Britta Winans going to be kicking things off for ski women. Here you get the big picture of the entire Ozone face. So many options, so many choices. The riders have to lock in on where they want to go. Some of them having plan A, plan B, plan C, depending on how the face evolves and develops through you know, the many riders. So all the snowboarders have been down. The ski women, some of them will have been watching, seeing where the snowboarders go, if bomb holes are developing in the areas that they want to ski in. But right now, we are just about set. You can see the backside of this Ozone face, extremely steep and rugged. That traverse from start 1 to start 2, riders requiring harnesses and slings to get across that cliff band. As we zoom in here, this drone shot showing the beauty of the Purcells and Rocky Mountains there in the background. This is just such a stunning location for competitive freeride. As we get set with Britta Winans, the Scott rider. You can see the strands all frosty. It is
strands.
chilly out there. 22 years old. She's sitting in 11th right now, and Britta's going to want to step that up here at Golden, BC.
Yep, just trying to warm up, catch her breath. Looks like she's going to be going out of start 1. And these are the moments, right, when she's just got to cool that heart rate down, focus on what she knows she can do. Ski for fun. One of the things I always said to myself on top of big lines or in the start gate is it's just skiing, ski for fun.
Yeah, just skiing. You're good at skiing. Go get it. Britta Winans on Ozone, kicking off ski women here at the Kicking Horse Pro.
And headed off right down that ridge through the wind-affected snow. No doubt going to go hunt for a chunk of the cornice, I bet. Pretty cool view there.
So good. And Britta, you know, such a stylish skier. And I think for a lot of these riders, just getting those little pops and hops right off the bat can get you in the zone. Now, Britta off the cornice and getting things fired up as she's lining up a nice feature we saw a couple snowboarders use earlier on. Right off the nose of that, stomping that one too.
Stopping that, working through this POW, that softer snow. This is, again, the best snow on the venue, kind of right in this zone. And she is setting herself up over some NAR, over some exposure, setting some new tracks through kind of this couloir zone that does have some mandatories, and up and over those rocks, out, keeping it on her feet, getting some more turns, maybe going for that lower donger, not quite getting there, but getting a little air anyway.
Yeah, and keeping it nice and clean. I think that was actually a really sensible approach on that one, because the speed that she was carrying there, if she flew off that, I think she would have put herself right into the rock well. So Britta catching the corner of it, still getting a feature right. The judges are going to add that to the line score. And that is a solid run, extremely fall line approach there, fast and furious for Britta.
Yeah, and catching this nice small window of time, and we have sun top to bottom right now on the venue. Sun in that finish corral. Big smiles coming across.
All right, well, looking at the replay here, Britta right off the cornice, no speed check at all to start the runoff for Britta.
And immediately making her way over to this first rock feature, popping right off the nose, putting it to her skis. You can see that snow quality flying up.
Yeah.
And then working through the snow and over into this kind of couloir, little chute feature, getting a couple turns in, and then up and over that pepper, good air, onto her feet, coming out with speed, as you said, and then we didn't see it there, but she had that extra credit air, being smart with all that heat she had.
I think so, yeah, making that last minute audible call to not go pumping off the nose of that into a hole. So strong work for Britta Winans. Kicking off the ski women's category. Frosty day out here at Kicking Horse. The score going to come in here for Britta. We'll see it come up and set the bar. 68 for Britta Winans, so she's going to slide on into the Dina Star hot seat. The first rider done and dusted, and another safe one for Britta, just giving herself more time to heal from that dislocated shoulder.
And just the benefits of that mentally, like, is huge. Just to stay on your feet, not have a crash, put a result on the board. That's going to set her up for success as continued on the tour this year. just taking it in.
Yeah, catching her breath there.
It's a pretty imposing view from the hot seat, cold seat, looking up at that Ozone face, just kind of rising straight up in front of you.
Oh, back up we go to start 2. Lily Bradley, they have the mantra, ski fast, have fun. And Lily just wants to give a shout out to her grandpa, Coach, who's down watching on the live stream, coming up here to Golden to join us. So Lily Bradley, they are ready to go. We have seen, again, like so many riders, some real flashes of brilliance from this rider, and they are like right on the cusp, I feel, of a breakthrough finish here on the tour. Anytime, if Lily stays on their feet, they have a chance at winning one of these Freeride World Tour events. And now they are on Ozone, Lily Bradley.
Lily out of that second start over that top air, and it looks like she is going to go for that shelf traverse. Fun fact, Lily had a little bit of trouble with her boots. I'm not sure the full story, but she's skiing. They are skiing in their mom's boots. So mom lending ski boots for Lily to get down the face and lining up this air.
Taking that high traverse, popping off with the trademark Lily Bradley style. Everything she does just oozing with style as Lily Bradley now coming in. We saw some action here from the snowboard men, popping up and over with the
nice
shifty.
Little transfer,
yeah.
Getting that shifty in there, finding a fresh landing, turning through this fresh snow and these punji trees, which again can be orienting or disorienting.
Yeah, exactly. They are landmarks, but depending on which one you've spotted, you're hoping you're able to see. So Lily Bradley, now there's an option here. Go left, go right, red door, blue door. She is taking the big air. They're taking the big air door, and Lily Bradley lined up over the buttress, off the nose,
going
and
big
stopping
it. Yes, love that for Lily, right to bolts. That was a big air. Had to navigate through some gnar to get there, and look at her. She feels so, or they feel so relieved.
Yeah, and a reminder, Lily riding in their mom's boots. Boots not making it through the long, difficult travel from Europe to California and then here to Kicking Horse. So they're riding in their mom's boots. Well, mom's boots looking like they worked out great there for Lily Bradley.
Yeah. Taking that heat right out of the start gate. Up and over that air, but adding a little style, then working down into this first air past the little traverse up there, stomping it, keeping to her feet.
Yeah,
again, that little tweak, those little shifties add style, add to the score.
Yeah, and then this is where the decision was made. There's no way out of here but to just absolutely punt off the nose. Little fluidity dock there, but then Lily taking it off the end. Boom! 4-point landing, absolute bolts there. That was a huge air for Lily Bradley.
And you can just see that strength to hold on to it there and then just rip out of there with speed. And as she was coming across the flats, you could just see Lily's shoulders just like release, you know, knowing that they had done what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Put a run to their feet.
Yeah, you plan it, you dream about it, and then to execute it like that, solid run. Lily Bradley, all smiles, score coming in. It's going up, 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 77-3-3 for Lily Bradley, and they are moving into the hot seat. Lily and Britta growing up, competing at Freeride together, so these two.
Love my Tahoe gals down there in the finish line, hugging it out. And Lily just really, really stoked to see Lily put a run to her feet. They really needed that. And again, talking about the mental game, that's going to allow her to them to have the confidence to do something crazy at the next step.
Yeah, to unleash, as Lily likes to do. All right, back up we go. The pride of Ophir, Colorado, skiing at a Telluride. Chloe Hare. We have seen some seriously sick riding from this young lady, and she is proving that she likes to get into the technical. I mean, no surprise coming at a Telluride. Steep, technical, gnarly, scary. That's Chloe's bread and butter. We'll see what she can find on this Ozone face that's going to suit her style. But I love the way that Chloe skis, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what she brings here on the Ozone face.
Yep, she is working her way down the ridge, over the cornice, popping a little air onto the face, and then working through these pow turns. It looks like she's trajecting over to these cliff features that we've seen a couple of the snowboarders hit, lining up that trajectory.
Nice, aggressive fall line approach, holding on. Chloe getting sat down a little bit. That landing is pretty flat. Chloe Hare now above all this exposure. She's going to go over and catch this little piece that we saw quite popular with some of the snowboard men. Chloe Hare now lining up over the pepper, holding it. Oh!
Skimming it through that double pepper feature. I'm going to pull this one right from Hadley at the last stop. She said, Chloe likes to point her skis at rocks, and that's exactly what she just did.
Yeah, little anxious moments there as Chloe looks back up at the face. It seems like a lot of riders have had some trouble in that little section. Yep. So I don't know if there's rocks poking out or if the snow is just slightly different. Let's look back here at the replay, Amy.
Yep, coming in, popping the cornice as Chloe gets into the face here. And then starts making her way over to this air. We've seen a lot of traffic here, and that could be when she pops off here, she kind of gets sat down a little on the landing, and that could just be some, in someone's bomb hole. There's a lot of traffic there. A lot of people hit that. And then working into this almost somewhat problematic kind of pepper double feature, and she kind of wheelies through. It's almost like more of a rock ride in sorts.
Yeah, there's like a wavy bump right before the takeoff, which kind of explains a few of the wonky takeoffs that we've seen through the snowboard field, and now they're from Chloe Hare, as she is down in the finish, though, done and dusted with her run at the Kicking Horse Pro.
Yeah, looking up at that feature, it just looks like there's a lot of traffic in there, and maybe that's one of those ones that just looks different from here than it does from in the moment. Get some love in the finish line.
Yeah, the fans are down there bundled up and cheering on the friends. So 59.67 for Chloe Hare. You can see she's got the, you know, the emotion is, it's painted all over the faces of these riders. They want to show their best, and Chloe getting a little bucked by the horse as she was campaigning for a banger. We're going back up to the top though, and we have the co-holder of the golden bib. This young woman riding out of La Clusaz, France. She was runner-up on the tour last year. She wants that top spot, and she wants it bad. You can see those peak performance flags just above start 2. Riders are allowed to start a step up as we see the moments from just a week ago in Val Thorens, France, where Astrid Chelus took the win with a huge backflip off that cliff. That was high on the face, too. So Astrid really backing herself with that move, and now she is set up above the Nar. This run is going to start with a bang as soon as she is ready to go. Astrid Chelus, second year on the Freeride World Tour, holding the golden bib in conjunction with Justine Dufour-Lapointe. The two of these women really pulling away from the rest of the field so far, but of course, we're only 2 events in.
Yeah, a lot can happen, and I'm excited to see what she does with this drop-in. We haven't seen any riders at all kind of take these higher up options on start 2. And there is Nar below her on the very top of this face. So that's committing. That's, you know, when you're talking about line score, this is a committing line. We can tell already before she's even moved.
Astrid Chelus now pushing out of the gate and straight into the air over a double band of rocks and clean out of there. What a start for the young French rider.
Getting a double in before this traverse feature, and again, the athletes can take their time through that traverse. The fluidity is not going to be docked, but look at this, taking a new way.
Early exit off that rocky traverse, so Astrid is only about 3 seconds into her run and already has 3 big features under her belt. Now lining up above this.
Nice, taking that different trajectory like we saw Lily do, a little tree tap maybe, and she is lining up something different again here.
Yeah, getting way over into the rhubarb. Astrid Chelus going all the way across, popping over those rocks. Nice clean landing as she picks up speed again, pointing herself down. She's got an opportunity for a double, trying to hold on. Oh, she catches her edge just on the exit of that feature. Astrid Chelus going down.
Yeah, ski's still on though, so she will get a score.
Yeah, she's up and looks like she's okay. But that one's going to be hard to take, as so much of that run was absolutely brilliant. So Astrid Chelus with 90% of a huge run here, but not quite able to hold on at the bottom.
The heartbreak of free riding, man. Like, it's just, shame to see it. You know, she has that disappointment for sure. And, you know, she was trying to take a different trajectory into that kind of problematic rocky double.
Love this aggressive
double
start.
Right off the top. That was a great angle on it. Then we can see her jump into that turn to get over to the traverse, and then right out of the traverse, a technical little redirect turn there and over that cliff feature, making her way again to her third, almost fourth feature, if you call that top one was double, was 2. And then she starts making her way over here through the punchy trees, trying to line it up, and then taking a different trajectory here than we've seen other riders, but then just getting hooked up in the traffic, the chunder, and the rocks there. There's a lot of different things that could have taken her down, and just losing control.
Bit inside on that landing, loses connection with the downhill ski. The other ski floats up, and then when it catches, the snow is soft, but it's kind of dense, particularly in that spot. So as soon as the ski gets into it,
yeah, there's been a lot of traffic. There's all kinds of stuff going on in there. So, because most of the riders, not most, but some of the riders coming through there, it hasn't been clean.
Well, these athletes getting 5 events before the cut. they're going to count 3 of them. So Astrid already has a first and a second. A crash on that one. That's going to be going straight into the trash can for Astrid Chalus. She's just going to leave that one here in Golden, BC. Getting a hug there from Lily Bradley. A little bit of a catch up there.
Yeah, little check in, make sure she's okay. Any crash on a face like this is going to have you a little rattled. There's a lot of pressure, a lot of nerves. You know, it's a cool bird's eye view here.
Yeah, Abel Moga getting ready for his run. He's going to be coming up in the next category, ski men. Right now, it is ski women. And our next athlete coming, she is, well, I mean, she is a rookie on the tour, but she hasn't really been skiing like a rookie.
No.
German rider Lena Kohler doing it for Peak Performance and Scott. She had a fantastic result on the podium in Val Thorens. She is on fire, having a great start to her Freeride World Tour season, sitting in 4th overall, coming out of Innsbruck. She grew up ski racing. She's been skiing a ton of park lately, trying to lock in the tricks, you know, trying to keep up with Astrid and Justine and Elizabeth and so many of these other riders that are throwing tricks in. Lena Kohler now, the German rider, on course here at Kicking Horse.
Yeah, she's showing us to kind of look for fast and fall line skiing. But she's out of start 1 and maybe making her way over to that sort of playful side of the venue, the rider's right side, coming down pretty far down the corner, the ridge. See where she's going to enter in over this cornice feature.
Yeah, you can see some of the tracks off the cornice from the other riders. Lena going even further down, but still plenty of opportunities for her to get in. How far down is she going to go? Only time will tell. Looks like way down.
She's going all the way down, it looks like. Maybe over to some of the entrance used by John Powell. Yep, way down over that playful Gnar.
Yeah, you can see only 2 tracks all the way down there from our snowboard men. Lena entering with some heat there. Full throttle approach. Huge air for Lena Kohler.
Stomps that big air, and then she's lining up this other big air. Nice stomp right to bolts. 2 sizable, good straight airs, and she is just skiing down that apron in that nice snow. Again, this is the best snow on the venue right there. And wow,
that was
committed, fast and fall line.
Classic example of the diversity of line choices on this Ozone face. Lena Kohler, if you look at that relative to the run of Lily Bradley, super different, but 2 huge airs there. So backing herself with the fact that I'm only going to do 2, but they're going to be a couple of monsters.
2 big ones and good landings. Bolts on both of them.
Yeah, that was a very solid run from the German rookie. Look at this first one. No hesitation, right off the nose, dead clean on the landing.
From the second she's off that cornice, she is committed to the fall line, committed to that boost of an air. And then again, no hesitation, right over, couple turns for speed, and then right off the nose. Well, not the nose, but right off the meat of that feature.
Yeah, pretty much the highest point. Lena getting on that downhill foot, pumping off the end, styling it out with a little shifty, and solid landing there. As we said, the snow is soft, it's not that deep, and it's firm underneath, so it's supportive and it's consistent. So riders able to take on these meaty features and know that they're not going to bust through the snow there all the way down through the sugar. Look at Lily there, just looking at Lena.
Lily's got that nose frostbite tape on. She needed to get the cat face from the snowboarders.
And there is the crew that have their work cut out for them. They have to compare those 2 runs, both against the criteria and against each other. Line score, technique, control, fluidity. Every piece of that for Lena's run was maxing out, but you know, less features on that side, but those features were big. Lily had the big finishing feature, the rest of them not quite as big as the ones that Lena had on that side. I mean, happy to be in our seats right now.
I don't envy the judges at all. That's kind of the challenge with this venue, the Ozone venue, is the variation ability in lines, which then makes that so challenging for the judges to judge against each other, because I mean, you look at, from our seat, looking at this mountain, I mean, it's totally different looking at the rider's right side versus the rider's left side. It's just different snow, different features, different style.
That's okay.
Trying to eavesdrop there on those 2 riders as the judges putting in work now comparing the runs against the judging criteria, what they want to see, the execution, the speed, the intensity, all of those things factoring into those 5 categories.
They are deliberating hard. And an anxious spot for Lily too. What's going to happen? You know, she doesn't know, or they don't know as much as I do, as we don't know.
Nerves and gnar here at the Kicking Horse Pro. Golden, BC, these Purcell Mountains providing the backdrop. You can see Lena just trying to warm her feet up. Minus 22 Celsius. Minus 7.
Maybe not the warmest ones.
All right, well, the judges have spoken. The score coming in, and it is a 77-67, so narrowly edging Lily Bradley out of the hot seat just by a hair.
Yeah.
So that close comparison, they were taking their time with that one as they really wanted to, you know, start splitting hairs on line and execution. So Lena Kohler moving into the Dynastar cold seat where she is going to sit and be chilly.
Get her some toe warmers. Her feet are cold.
Back up to the top, Scott Ryder, Molly Armanino, no hesitation, straight out of the gate at full Molly throttle.
Molly Tahoe gal coming in, and she's lining up this air and finding that tranny, putting it right to her feet.
And just laying down those trademark Molly Armanino turns, the huge extension of the legs out to the side. Molly getting up into the trees here. We know this section caused some problems for a few of the snowboard men, but this is Molly's bread and butter as she just makes sure she's going the right way, putting herself into the fall line over the rocks.
Up and over that feature and keeps it on her feet, flying out down onto the apron. And that's kind of Molly's MO, finding those kind of techie bits and working through it really fast. That was a committed, fast run. We didn't even have time to even know she was dropping. Just boom.
Yeah, in the neighborhood of about 12 seconds from top to bottom for Molly Armanino as we look back at the start. Biggest air that we've seen in this section from the ski women, and Molly stomping.
Yeah, finding that good landing, that good tranny, and then lines herself up off of the rocky feature and then doubling it up with this raked out peppery feature and just holding it on with, man, pulling some G's on that landing for sure.
Yeah, and that one has that weird bump in the takeoff. You could see Molly get pushed a little bit under her heels, but she was able to control it, get her body back over her feet there.
A little bucked, but she kept it to her feet. And yeah, fast fall line. I know she really wanted to put down an aggressive run, and she looked aggressive.
Well, she was fast. The judges are fast too, and Molly going to 84.67. The judges absolutely loving what they saw.
She's shocked. She's looking at that score and she's not even absorbing it.
She can feel it in her heart. So a short stint in the hot seat for Lena Kohler as Molly Armanino's full throttle wide open approach proving to be extremely popular with our judging panel as she went top to bottom, as we said, about 12 seconds from start gate to finish arch. And Molly Armanino taking over the hot seat for the Scott Ryder out of Kirkwood, California.
Yeah, she's going to feel really good about that. She really wanted to lay down an aggressive run she could be proud of, and that's exactly what she did. I mean, she caught us all off guard there, starting just boom. She found some hot sauce and just, yeah, fellow Tahoe rider throwing it down. Love to see it.
That was
I'm not a judge. I'm allowed to be biased.
Yeah. All right, back up we go. Verbier's own Jenna Keller. Jenna had a spectacular run going in Val Thorens, France before the slough got the better of her. She said she knew better, but now we see another rider with the frosty tips there on the strands. Jenna Keller. She's ready to go. She has such strong technique. You know, she's a rookie on the Freeride World Tour, but not a rookie to skiing. Highly certified Swiss ski instructor doing her bit there for the Verbier Ski School, and now bringing those technical skills to the Canadian slopes of Kicking Horse, BC. Jenna Keller kicking out of start number 1.
Going to make her way down that ridge. She had quite a shiner after the France stop, but it has healed and she is ready for action. I know she wants to put down a good run to her feet, popping off the cornice, landing and getting into that good snow.
Oh yeah, Jenna Keller, full speed. I love the way she skis those turns, just executed so perfectly. Coming in still with intensity, pumping right off the nose and clearing the flat spot that we saw Chloe get a little bit sat down on. So the trick there, go faster.
Yeah. Went right over that punji tree, and she's making her way into a new zone. We don't see any tracks right in this spot. And airing up and over that technical pepper.
And she's got a double here. Jenna Keller holding on.
Yes.
A fantastic run there for the Verbier skier. Another one so aggressive, so fall line, so fast. Jenna Keller has had 2 real bummer runs this year on the Freeride World Tour. That's the Jenna that we were all looking for.
Yeah, not today. Today is the day for Jenna getting across that finish line. Committed, strong skiing.
Was she only holding 1 pole?
No, she put them in both.
Okay.
She's got them both. So off that air, going quite a bit bigger, and just like landing on that tree, no problem. Doesn't even let it phase her.
Yeah,
but yeah, more heat, more better on this feature.
You can see her clear the landing that Chloe hit where she got a bit squashed. And then this bottom section, I love this. Fast, furious, getting on that left foot and then pumping off that next one.
Ooh, she did lose a pole.
Oh yeah, you can see her pole come flying out. Maybe a bit of a stage 1 there.
Yeah, that's for the
Jenna
judges
Keller
to decide on the stages of back slaps. Well, that's not our job, but kind of cool finding a unique double in there. I like it when we get to see tracks where we haven't seen tracks before.
Good enough, though. Good enough, yeah. Oh, thank God, I landed a run. Absolutely.
As long as it's on piste.
On piste skis.
Like we were thinking, just so excited to put that run on her feet. That's got to feel good as a rookie to just show yourself that you can.
Exactly, yeah, we know, I mean, Jenna Keller, it's funny, we've heard this story.
Legend. Yeah. Oh my gosh. The pole there, how does that The pole went Holland. That made it even cooler. I was like, oh. That was so sick, Jenna. Fiji stops, you know, he needs poles anyway. That was awesome. You guys are without poles. Oh my God.
She's going to become a freestyle skier, no poles.
Yeah, the Michael Mon there, snowboard men, loving what they saw from Jenna Keller, and the rest of us loving that too. Jenna finally showing, you know, her full capability.
I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised.
And the adrenaline just coursing through her there. She is fired up on that run. Full throttle aggression. I really enjoyed watching that one.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what the judges do with, you know, what they have those high power binoculars. They're going to know exactly what happened on that landing with the backslap and the pole and with kind of the razor thin margins we have so far for this competition. We'll see where that puts her.
All right. Well, here we go. The score coming in, 84.67 for Molly, and jumping up into second for Jenna Keller with an 82. A huge score there. So the judges digging it. Molly Armanino's fast and furious approach, fending off a big challenge there from our Swiss rider as we are back up to the top.
Oop.
And we have caught up with Justine.
At home in Canada. For me, having all this energy of the crowd is always give me more energy and more power to ski my best. As always, it's really part of my goal for this season is to always push my limits every race, to do better than last year, the year before. And honestly, that's what makes me so proud is when I finished my run and I'm like, yeah, this is exactly what I imagined and even more.
Well, that's scary to hear if you're another one of the ski women, because Justine, she's got a title already under her belt. She's got an Olympic gold and silver. Now she's here just to push herself. She wants to do the coolest stuff that she can. Peak performance athlete, current golden bib co-holder with Astrid Chelus. Justine Dufour-Lapointe is on the Ozone face.
Yeah, you saw her practicing her backflip pops there in the start gate, so we'll see what happens. She's aired off that corner. She's into the face kind of early and working through some fresh snow in a new part of the venue.
Moving cross court now. Picking up speed, Justine laying out the backflip, perfect!
Lands it, nice, backflip high up on the face.
Yeah, and the higher you take the risk on the face, the more the judges reward you, because it is early on, right? There's more risk up there. So Justine Dufour-Lapointe with a backflip right out of the gate, and now coming into this chunky section, gapping over the normal takeoff of that one. So Justine bringing some intensity here already in this run.
Yep. moving all the way over to that rider's left side of the face and coming in above the Nar, looking like she's at that decision point that you talked about with Lily.
And she is taking the hard way down.
Yeah, she is.
Justine lining things up. Oh, she caught her ski there, pointing it into the fall line and getting out safe. Ski getting caught on something. I think that wasn't the exact trajectory that Justine was looking for.
Still happy to get down, still happy to be on her feet, but yeah, we'll have to look at the replay when it comes. Getting caught up above that cliff and maybe not taking out the chunk of that feature she wanted to, but keeping it together, keeping it on her feet, and kind of making it into a little straight line.
Call that one getting away with it there.
Definitely.
When the skis get caught up. So we look at the entry and Justine popping off the cornice. Now you can start to see some intent building as she's going cross fall line here.
Lining up that backflip, tucking it up. You can see that freestyle style. She starts making her way all the way across the venue.
Yeah, so you can see there on the judges' bars, air and style maxing, line control a little bit down.
What happens here? Let's look. Oh, a punji tree.
It's caught on the tree.
It's a punji tree, and she's actually
drops
spun
in switch
backwards for a sec, and then gets it back on her feet, and again turns that into like a little straight line, light air moment.
Well, yeah, I think I'm going to repeat what I said before. Got away with that one. That was almost catastrophic as she just about got tossed down that hallway switch.
Yeah.
So Justine managing athletically to pull her foot.
Oh,
yeah.
Sharks! Shark attack! It's good! I did a backflip!
That's Stoke. This woman has done many backflips, but she loves them all. You could see she was setting up for it in the start gate.
Well, and she wears her heart on her sleeve there. All the emotion. She never hides in a feeling, does Justine before that point. So that one, you know, she's definitely eyes wide there. She knows what she just escaped as her ski got caught up on the tree. But the rest of the run, pretty blazing. So we saw air and style from the video judge. Nice and high. The judges are going to have their say on that one. Not quite exactly the full execution that Justine was looking for.
No, she'll have some docs for sure in the fluidity, maybe control. And again, it's not her fault. It was the tree's fault, but that's freeride. The mountain is a key component of these runs. You know, it's how do you as the athlete interact with mountain. I'm sure her adrenaline was pumping when she was kind of backwards for a second over that cliff.
I was confused with my feet. It's too cold. Oh gosh. It's so cold, guys. It's like -30 here.
Almost, -22. Wow, it's interesting.
Moi aussi. Et je chante tellement plus mes pieds. J'ai de la misère à aller piéger. J'ai senti sharp.
All right. Well, Justine catching up with the friends down there. Score coming in 77.5, so she moves into fourth.
Yep.
Not bad.
Not bad. She's got a great attitude. Love you too, Justine. Yeah, you know, it's crazy, though, because we had this crazy tight battle at the top, and we're looking at quite the shakeup in ski women today.
For sure, yeah. Molly Armanino, Jenna Keller definitely moving up. Lena Kohler, who is not that far down the rankings, high, but we are moving on. Taylor Dobbins riding for Dina Star out of Bozeman, Montana. She is a public defender, you know, doing it for the people out there in Bozeman, but also doing it for herself out of Killington, Vermont. You know, the East Coast representing here well and truly on the frigid slopes of Kicking Horse Mountain. And Taylor Dobbins kicking things off out here on Ozone.
She has that ski racer background, so we'll see how she makes use of that on this face. She's moving down that ridge, working through the chunky snow and getting off that cornice, airing into the face, into the better snow, and working her way over towards the rider's right, it looks like.
Oh yeah, that looks nice in there. Seen, you know, a few more tracks developing. And we saw here a few riders going for it all the way across, just catching the edge of that transition, but able to find her way through and fight for balance there as Taylor Dobbins now above this chunky buttress that we saw Jenna Keller take off on, putting her skis into the fall line.
And she's lining up exactly where she wants to be coming out of Bozeman. No stranger to some pepper and stomping out of that technical section.
Yeah, solid approach there for Taylor Dobbins. She had to take her time to just line up the trajectory, make sure she was going the right way. That's not one that you want to go the wrong angle on. We saw earlier on the results of going the wrong direction off a takeoff from Conrad Niven. So Taylor Dobbins with another lightning fast run here. Ski women just bringing the thunder at the Freeride World Tour.
Yep, just throwing down on this Ozone face, and we'll see when we watch that run back exactly how it went on that upper air. We saw earlier that more heat, more better here. So she took a different trajectory and landed really close to that tree, maybe in some kind of traffic zone, and we'll let the judges decide on the backslip there, but not a perfectly clean landing.
Yeah, you can see not a lot of pop there. So Taylor Dobbins kind of drifting into the back seat in the air, but she did get away with it. You can see from the video judge her approach on this one costing her a little bit in fluidity as she had to slow down before the takeoff. But managing to stomp the landing. So the line solid, super direct for Taylor Dobbins there.
Yeah, getting right through that face, top to bottom. Oh, who's this? What? Wow.
Oh, the old pit viper kicking horse. So a 76.7 for Taylor Dobbins.
As the horse twerks by. Yep, she's going to be a little disappointed with that. And obviously the judges just taking a look at the, landing and really wanting to see a clean landing, which you understand. So
100%. All right, well, we are making our way through ski women. Molly Armanino, Jenna Keller, Lena Kohler, Justine Dufour just outside the podium situation with Lily Bradley rounding out the top 5. The ski women bringing it as we always expect, and we are back up to the top. 3-time Freeride World Tour champion, 2018, 2019, 2020. Ariana Tricomi, the Italian shredder, she just lives on vibes. When she's feeling good, we will see it and feel it. Kind of the spirit of the Freeride World Tour right there. You can see she's dancing. Doesn't love the cold, but is loving the snow conditions.
Yep, she doesn't love the cold. She doesn't love the Canadian pizza either. The Italian in her is not a fan. Sorry to say it, Derek. But yeah, Ari, so playful. Always looking for somewhere she can do her signature 360s. A little kiss as she takes off out of start 1.
Yes, ciao bella to the fans at home as Ariana Tricomi is on Ozone. And heading down the ridge, we'll see where she wants to enter into this Ozone face.
She's going to find a spot on this cornice, no doubt.
Boom!
Tweak out, little mini shifty there, coming into the face, finding the pow.
Yeah, Ari skiing fast and aggressively here, keeping it fluid. Approaching this takeoff, kind of clicking off there, not landing in the hole that we saw gobble up a couple other riders. So Ari making short work of the top section of the Ozone face.
Yeah, she found a fresh landing in that high traffic air and working her way over into this peppery feature where we know that there's a lot going on below her. What's she gonna do? She's hopping up and over that pepper, airing in.
Yeah, taking a different direction, looking like she was trying to get over and cross-court that double, or that lower shelf of the double, having a little bit of a hard time on that left footer to actually execute off that feature.
Yeah, getting light there through some of those features and staying on her feet, staying in control, that's important because that area has seen a lot of traffic.
Well, these two have become absolute fast friends on the Freeride World Tour, Molly Armanino and Ari Tricomi. So Ari stoked to see her good friend in the hot seat there. This air was a highlight for me on that run, flying off the cornice with the big shifty trademark Tricomi style.
Yeah, that nice tweak showing that style, finding that fresh landing off that air that has seen a lot of traffic and getting a little light moment tranny there too. Didn't catch that until the replay. And then as she comes down into this feature that there's a lot of different ways you can do it, she finds kind of a smaller trajectory or a different trajectory there.
Avoiding that big bump in the takeoff, which is wise.
Kind of similar to the way We've seen it done a couple times, but finds a good landing, and then it looks like she wants to get up and over that and make her way into the second stage of the feature, and still gets light, still finds some air there, finds some tranny, kind of stylish, fluid, low, and kind of hanging it out there, flying over the, kind of like skipping like a rock through that lower section.
All right, score coming in for Ariana Chacomey, 73.33, so that is going to slide her into 6th. So I think line score, the key factor in that one, a little bit smaller off the middle feature, and then kind of missing the bulk of those bottom features just with the speed she had. Trying to catch it, but I mean, it's hard to change direction on a dime.
We don't know what she was intending to do. Got some air in there, but maybe not the exact. But there's been a lot of traffic there. That's something to consider. And
absolutely.
And it hasn't been smooth traffic either.
Yeah, lots. Yeah, exactly.
That is so true. It's been kind of a gobbly feature.
Gobbling people up. All right, we're back up to the top of the Ozone. Elizabeth Gerritsen. She is your 2021 world champion. 6th on the Freeride World Tour, currently just off the podium in Val Thorens, France, and then a really wild tomahawking crash in Spain. So she's had the full roller coaster. Another rider who's been a little bit out of sorts. The Freeride World Tour flu been knocking the feet out of a few people, but Elizabeth back to full strength here and ready to go here on the Ozone face.
Yep, and she's going to make her way down the ridge, find her perfect spot off this cornice, no doubt. You can see her looking down the face. And she keeps making me out when she's going to drop in. Yeah, there. Oh, here we go. And she drops in off the cornice, right into the fresh snow. And kind of airing over that whole feature, a little pre-ollie.
And way out into the powder there for Elizabeth Gerritsen. Why wouldn't you help yourself to a powder feast? There's a few tracks, but no need to really stay in them. As Elizabeth Gerritsen coming down, this section is chunky. We saw our first rider of the day, Britta Winans, in that area.
Take it further over, though. Find a clean swath. Airs in, straight lines out with some heat.
Flying out on the apron. Couldn't tell if that was a fist bump or more of like a frustrated.
Yeah. Maybe she wasn't quite where she thought she was. We don't know. We'll see if we can hear anything in the finish line. But yeah, can't tell that some sort of emotion coming out of Elizabeth there. It was fast. It was fluid. I'm not sure if it's what she wanted.
You can see the crowd down there braving the elements. Everybody's got every item of clothing out of the drawer or the suitcase, depending on how from far and wide they have come. As Elizabeth, bold move there, taking the mitts off.
Yeah.
Let's take a look back at this replay, Amy, at the top of Elizabeth's run.
So this is mid-slope. She airs into this straight line feature. She has a lot of heat, and then I think that's a sign of frustration, that hand movement we see there. I think she might not have been where she wanted to be, or maybe had too much heat to get back and over to that lower donger that we've seen people go for. But I not psychic, definitely wish I was, but I don't think that that's the run that she was intending to do.
Yeah, I think that was a fist punch, not a fist pump.
Yeah.
For Elizabeth Gerritsen, the 21 world champ.
Yeah, you can see that body language there. She's a little disappointed if she's been under the weather. That's just really tough to get into this mindset that you need to be in to compete when you're not at 100%. This is your day to perform, and that's, again, another slice of heartbreak here for the Freeride World Tour.
Yeah, shaking her head there. Elizabeth Gerritsen, the score coming in. Molly Armanino on an 84.67, 57.33. So Elizabeth Gerritsen into 10th there, and she is going to slide on back and maybe head back under the covers to get herself feeling a little bit better for the next stop in Georgia.
Oh,
the
wow.
crowd on the ridge here, that's just down there, or just up the ridge from our post here on just beside the Stairway to Heaven chair at Kicking Horse. People having a blast here. The Canadian crowds bringing the heat,
loving
which
the Canadian stoke. They're not scared of a little cold weather, not at all. All right.
Okay, well, one rider left in the ski women's category. We have seen fireworks and electric performance from the ski women, as we have come to expect on the Freeride World Tour. this this category always bringing such a fun approach and just such an intense approach. Right now, Molly Armanino sitting on top. She's guaranteed to be on the podium. The Scott rider, Zuzana Witek. Zuzana coming out of Poland, living in Valais, Switzerland. She speaks French, English, Polish, you know, a woman of the people. One of the many overachievers on the Freeride World Tour, Zuzana Witek. She won in Verbier last year, opening the season, and she loves skiing powder. I cannot wait to see what Zuzana Witek does on the Ozone face today.
Yeah, we've seen that this athlete likes to go big. That's what she's always looking for. And she is going to make her way looking like right off that first section of the cornice, airing into the face nice and early.
Yeah, kind of moving across. We saw Justine Dufour-Lepont going in a similar area. This thing lining up. Zuza popping it through a 180 and buttering it back around. I wonder if the lip not quite as supportive as she was hoping.
And then catching a feature there, getting some air. Yeah, we'll wonder if she was wanting the 3 or if she was going for the 180s with that little switch butter out of it.
Yeah, we've seen other riders bringing the switch skiing into the freeride world. Zuzana Witek up and over this feature, taking a different
trajectory.
Yeah, smart trajectory there. Another trying, like Ari Tricomi,
yeah.
trying to get on the left foot and get over to that thing. Looking, I think you said it earlier, Amy, the traffic in there has kind of scraped the snow off, and it's making it way harder to get purchased to get over there.
Yeah, because it hasn't been even like stomping traffic. There's been some, you know, Tommies in there and some sliding around, and I think you see that head shake was her wanting to bite off another piece of that feature and maybe double it up. She did have a light moment in there, but maybe not everything she wanted. So airing off the cornice into the feature, or into the face up top. Just getting right into the meat of the face immediately.
And then throwing the 3s, yeah, just didn't have enough air to get it, but I mean, it was a 180.
We don't know, we're not psychic.
Yeah,
she might have been going for the 180 and then was able to just butter right around out of it and keep going. Finding a different trajectory off this air we've seen some people take, finding a clean landing, stomping it, but you can see she's wanting to get over and bite something else off here. Gets a little light moment, but I don't think she got the chomp she was after there.
Yeah, you can see on this turn that left ski just bouncing and chattering and shaking as she tries to get some grip on it to get over to that bottom pepper feature and actually get into the air. So Zuzana Witek, another one. That section is tricky.
Yeah.
And we've seen a lot of riders, well, super close up there from Zuza.
She's like, thank you for that. Yeah, you can see she's relieved, but maybe body language a little feels like she left something on the mountain. And a look at Molly there, sitting in the cold seat, waiting for the results to come in. It's an anxious time. Everybody's holding their breath.
All right, well, the score coming in for Zuzana Witek, Molly Armanino at 84, 63.33. So Zuza sliding into 9th place there. So that's going to wrap it up. A couple of shared hug there for the 2 Scott team members, and Molly Armanino ecstatic.
That smile, look at that smile, just beaming. She is stoked. She wanted this bad today.
All right, Amy, let's see the event scoreboard here as our rankings from the Kicking Horse Pro.
And that's Molly Armanino in first place at the top of the podium, gold here in Golden, BC. Second place, we have Jenna Keller. And in third place, Lena Kohler. So, yeah, just shaking things up a bit for women here.
Yeah.
Justine Dufour-Lepont in fourth, just off the podium.
Yeah, and for Justine, you know, with Astra down there with a crash score, that we're going to see what that does to our overall Freeride World Tour Series rankings here, but definitely likely going to be a shakeup. The mathematicians getting to work, calculators and abacuses, as we see the Canadian crowds lining the ridge here at Kicking Horse, as we're going to see now our overall standings coming up. Oh, sorry, our flower ceremony.
Yeah.
Molly Armanino with gold, Jenna Keller jumping up with a silver medal, and Lena Kohler, the rookie, with another podium result. So this young woman, the peak performance and Scott rider, really showing her her medal on the Freeride World Tour. 3 stops in, and she's got 2 podiums. Let's see what has happened. The overall now, Justine Dufour-Lapointe taking sole ownership of the top spot. Astrid sliding down to 2nd, and Molly Armanino jumping way up
into 3rd.
As we've also seen Jenna Keller, who was in overall last, now up to 6th on the good side of the cut. So big shake up there, as now down the hill a little bit, Brenda Weinerns and Chloe Hare. So we've got some work to do for some riders, and some riders putting in the work to get themselves up the hill. Incredible moments here at the Golden BC Pro. All right, well, that does it for ski women. We are done and dusted with the ladies, and we're going to be moving on to ski men. We are going to take a little break here. Do not look away from your screens. We'll be right back from the Kicking Horse Pro. Welcome back to glorious Golden BC. We're at the Kicking Horse Pro, stop number 3 on the 2025 Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. I'm Derek Boos, and I am joined with Amy Engebretson. We have seen 3 categories absolutely go ballistic on this Ozone face so far. All the snowboarding is done. Ski women is done. We're going to take a look now at ski men. Let's see where our overall rankings sit. Vali Rayner, the 2023 Freeride World Champion, sitting on top of the pile, but not by much. Martin Bender and Ross Tester extremely close behind. As we move down the rankings, some heavy hitters. Marcus Goguen down there in 7th place. You know, he and Toby Rafford have been traveling together a bunch. Wei Chen Ho. All those Maple Leaf boys are going to be looking to make a big splash in front of the home crowd here. And then some big names on the downhill side of the cut. Carl Regner Eriksson, Maxime Chablot, your 2022 world champion, way down there in 20th with 2 crashes. So he's going to be looking to make a big splash here at Kicking Horse as we take a look here at the start list of who's dropping when.
We're going to flip that script a little bit with dropping. First, we have Oscar Mendon. He has stickers of his actual cats on his skis. I love that so much. Dropping 4th, we have Ben Richards. Marcus Goguen going 8th. We've got Russ Tester dropping 10th. Some heavy hitters throughout this field, obviously. Then we have Wei Tian Ho dropping 11th. Canadians kind of back-to-back in there, the buddies. We've got Christopher Turdell, one of the longtime vets, dropping 17th. And then our tour leaders, our top kind of contenders here, dropping 21st and 22nd. We have Martine Bender, 2nd overall right now, dropping 2nd to last. And then tour leader Valentine Rayner, dropping last.
Yeah.
Gold bib goes last.
Looking for that show closer. We saw that, you know, in juniors as we look here. Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorite. 73% of you reckoning that Marcus Goguen is going to pop himself onto the podium. Ross Tester getting 45% of the vote, and Vali Rayner with 28% of the vote. Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. Fantasy Freeride lock in. You know, it's not too long till the Georgia Pro after this one, so you're going to have some time to think, to strategize, to look at the data. I usually just vote with my heart, and sometimes it works out for me, but always a good time in Fantasy Freeride. As ski men now kicking things off, the 4th and last category. Oscar Mandin riding out of Morzine Avoriaz. The Frenchman, I mean, he was 2nd here last year. Backflips are his bread and butter. If he doesn't do one, I will be extremely surprised. But this guy is just always a threat. He's such a strong skier, and he just has a blast doing it. He loves it. He's a big Calgary Flames fan.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
just locking in on the NHL. So just down the road from Calgary, he flew into there wearing all his Flames gear.
Amazing.
Loving it here. Oscar Mandin kicking off ski men here at the Kicking Horse Pro.
And he's going to work his way down the ridge over to that rider's right side of the venue, which we know is the playful zone. So we'll see what he has in store. He's got the spirit of the cat with that 360 off the cornice up there, right into the fresh snow. And again, getting higher in this zone than we've seen anybody go.
Yeah, into these flutes, turning it into a big double there. Oscar Mandin with a ton of speed, cross court off that feature. So he is wasting no time. Oscar now coming into this section, lofting a huge air, tweaking out the shifty. Is he going to be able to get another one here? He is, and it's a backflip for Oscar Mandin. No!
And the unwanted punch front flip. That's not the front flip we wanted, but you called it. He went for that huge backflip, and what a great, fast, exciting run. And yeah, man. It's hard when it's at the bottom. You're like, that was so good.
Hands on his head there as he knows what might have been. That was a hot start for ski man Oscar Mandin, putting everything on the line on all of those.
See if he has any reactions down here in the finish line. There's nobody for him to wrap out with yet. Shout out to the home love there, and I think he might have one of those cat faces on there too with the frostbite
yeah,
tape.
the Frenchman loving that as we look back up here at the replay of Oscar's run.
360 off the cornice into the face, and then immediately gets further right on the face than we've seen. And bites off this huge chunk of air with that shifty, puts it right to his feet, and then immediately onto the next, lining up a big backflip, tucking up to get it around, lands, and just a little forward.
I think that's one of the deepest pockets of snow on the entire Ozone phase 2 here. And you know, the riders, they're setting their landing gear for an expected amount of resistance. So the way he landed on the first two would have kind of set that in his head. And then that one even, oh yeah, kitty cat's there for Oscar.
Man after my heart with all this catastic spirit, I have to say. Spirits high regardless. So close. Yeah. But you know, that smile on his face of going for it.
Yeah, full throttle approach there. That's the only way that Oscar Mandin does it. So the judges getting to work. They've got, again, 90% of a fantastic run with the punch front. No real break in fluidity. It's just 70 points.
70 points with that, the unwanted front flip, the punch front.
Yeah, in one of the judges' meetings, they kind of approach punch front similar to a backslap. If it doesn't break fluidity, you know, there's a set amount of deduction for it.
Certainly.
Yeah, and so that's a real sign of how promising that run was, where even with that punch front, he still manages to pick up a 70-point run.
Which matters in the overall, like we've talked about.
Yeah, Oscar's sitting 9th right now with a 19th and a 4th, so a real contrast. Back up to the top, Tom Pfeiffer riding out of the, you know, growing up in the Whistler Freeride Club, still living and riding at Whistler Blackcomb. Tom Pfeiffer, with 2 crashes, is looking for a fire result here. Tom unlucky in Val Thorens, a rock taking him down on what was a hot run. Tom Pfeiffer now kicking out, and he wants to do this one for himself.
I feel like those features up on this ridge, those are kind of for him to feel his skis, get in the moment. Couple shifties, and Tom last year at this event was in my position. He was co-commentating. He's back on the tour, not a rookie. He's, you know, a legend himself, but he has a totally different mindset. But he does really want to throw down today. He needs to put a result to his feet.
Spraying the snow off the edge of the cornice, locking in landmarks here as things start to get extremely interesting. Tom now eyeing up where he wants to be. You can see that big buttress splitting the face, so he wants to make sure he's on the right side of that.
And that's totally blind there on top of that cornice, so you can see he's looking. He's going to kind of acid drop off the cornice, get onto that big buttress.
And sailing through that section with some heat now. Tom approaching the lower section of the Rodney Pyramid, floating a huge air
and
all the way
it
over that with a massive stomp. And Tom now getting up high, popping off the lower section with the shifty.
Getting a shifty off that lower donger, kind of just for fun. We have been talking about this Rodney Pyramid a lot the last couple days, and we are going to see who took off a bite, and Tom was the first to do it. Coming across the finish line on his feet, a clean run. That's what he needed. That's what he wanted today, so that must feel really good.
Yeah, Tom taking the side hill approach there. The nose of that thing was looming up there above him. As we look back, Tom dropping in on this upper section. Nobody's even looked at this part of the face yet.
Kind of riding that spine, airing out, and yeah, taking off the side hit approach.
So fast and over everything. And Tom using that time in the gym to stomp that landing.
And he was in the air for so long, like and that's not even the whole feature, but that's still a very sizable air. And yeah, those stomping quads just fire right up for him.
Yeah, no breaks from the fall line there for Tom Pfeiffer, and stoked to get a clean run down on the World Tour in 2025.
I should have taken my single on the top, but don't be too low, man. I don't know, man. You jump big, huh? I should have given it more. I should have given it way more.
Well, Oscar liked Tom's run. Seems like Tom didn't like Tom's run as much.
Tom having maybe some alternate plans at the top of the run.
To land my first one, so.
And like we said, happy to run his.
When your confidence is down here, you need something.
Yeah, definitely disappointed, but Oscar's saying, hey man, don't get down. You had a big air.
Yeah, and that's a real look into the hearts and minds of these riders. Tom's had a rough start on the World Tour, you know, a catastrophic tomahawk in Spain, and then one of the most unlucky riders in Val Thorens, France, a rock destroying his skis. We didn't see it in the broadcast, but afterwards it looked like his ski just came off. No, a rock shattered both of his skis, and that's why it came off. So Tom's run a 70.67, so he takes, edges Oscar Armenta out of the hot seat there.
Gonna jump right into the hot cold seat, and yeah, you can tell he's disappointed, but there's the mental game of this. You know, he had a lot of pressure on himself coming into today, wanted to land a run, which he did, but yeah, maybe a little bit, you know, everybody has all these options for lines, and it's hopefully he doesn't stay in that coulda, woulda, shoulda for too long and just celebrate the big stomp, man. That was sick.
Yeah, well, we don't take any breaks here at the Golden BC Kicking Horse Pro as Abel Moga, the Spanish, you know, free ride royalty, taking on the mantle from Aymar Navarro, and Abel at a start two with the fall line approach and straight into the heart of the Ozone face. Launching a trademark Abel front flip and stomping it perfectly.
Way up high on this face as well. Wasting no time, coming in with some heat and a backflip.
Whoa! Abel dodging trees left and right and pumping right off the nose.
Whoa, that was so
Moga,
fast.
Muy caliente.
I couldn't talk. He took my breath away. We had the front flip to the back flip to the sender, and just, I mean, gosh, we got to get a stopwatch out here. That was just so fast, I couldn't even say anything. Thank gosh you were there, Derek. I was like, I was in shock.
Well, listen to that Canadian crowd supporting this man.
And getting the hugs, getting the love in the finish line.
Oh, that was huge for Abel Moga. Barely any deviations.
And he's stoked. Letting that emotion come up.
All right, Amy, let's go back.
To watch
now that
replay.
we've seen it once, we can maybe breathe.
Launching that front flip, just darting it right out there, and no time basically in between. Pops, oh, we're still on the front flip. Get two angles on that bad boy. And then basically no time between, he rushes over here and just pops that backy, tucks it up a little to get over, and then like battling trees, and then flying off this air, finding a landing, stomping it. Like that was just radical, really.
Yeah, this
trees
backflip.
in the landing of this, amazing that he can hold on to that.
Watch his feet
too. Just, I mean, they were small trees, but those are trees.
Oh yeah, it's like a slalom skier there. And then no deviation from the fall line, directly off the nose. Look at this Mammut line tracker, straight down the mountain, packed full of energy, of excitement. Abel Moga, the judges already have spoken. That line is going way up at 90.33. Abel Moga with an absolute firecracker. A huge run for the Spaniard there as he takes over the hot seat.
Yeah, that one left an impression, no doubt. I love the front flip, back flip. That's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Rotating both ways.
Abel.
Abel Moga, he's got the tricks, he's got the skiing, and his technique there being put to the test after the landing of the
like you said,
backflip.
slalom skiing through those punji trees and just, not letting them phase him at all. No speed checks off that lower air.
Woo, all right. Well, ski men, we're 3 in and 3 absolute firecracker runs. So Abel Moga, Tom Pfeiffer, Oscar Mandan. And we're seeing there on the graphic, Timo Rolshoven will not be taking the start. He is sick as a dog.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Timo, if you're watching back in the hotel room, we miss you up here and can't wait to see you back to full health. As we move on from Spain to New Zealand, the pride of Treble Cone, the smoothest man on skis, Ben Richards, always a threat. I absolutely love watching Ben ski. He's just inspiring. The man's coaching all summer at Treble Cone Freeride alongside Sam Lee and getting the little
I don't even know what that trick's called. The
upright iron cross.
Okay. Just a little playful on the ridge. Like we said, this is where the athletes can kind of feel it out, get themselves stoked before really hitting the meet. But he's going pretty far down to the rider's right side. See where he decides to bite off a nub of this thing. Looks like he's going to go all the way down to that buttress in the Ozone section.
He's moving in. We've seen his countryman, Craig Murray, make very good use of this section. Popping a 360, classic, totally in control, flying side hill. This looks very familiar. A huge front flip for Ben Richards.
And he lands it, amazing.
That was unbelievable. Ben Richards, you know, he skied his run in France, and a lot of people were like, oh, why didn't that score higher? And he was like, I skied way too mellow of a line. Well, Ben Richards, if nothing, listened.
Yeah.
He listened, and there was nothing mellow about that.
Trademark,
an outrageous run from Ben.
Greasy, solid style, though, the whole time, like making it look easy, which sometimes is bad, but I mean, the huge front flip, you cannot deny that. Having that full control commitment into that second kind of cross-court air with that 3 on top, I mean, that was a pretty good bag of tricks he just tossed out.
Well, Abel loved it. As we look back here at the replay, Ben Richards kicking things off with that silky smooth 360.
Yeah, dripping that 3 and then right into that transfer air with the little shifty poke and big front flip into that POW landing, just totally stomps it. Front flips are so committing, so blind. And at that speed.
I love this turn. The drone kind of losing sight of him there and then just leading with his chin.
Yes. I don't know why. Front flips just stoke me out. I love how he drips that 3 off the top as well.
And styling out that second one. It's not easy to make that turn, as we've seen other riders unable to do it in the past. And then the big front flip. So Ben Richards with a totally different approach to the face to Abel Moga. You know, both of those riders making the most of every single feature that they had in their path.
Absolutely. This is the judge's nightmare, kind of, because 2 amazing, very different runs, and we'll see what they do with it.
Well, they have had to think. The score going up, 87-6-7, so sliding in just behind Abel, but nonetheless a huge score for Ben Richards. These guys are stoked on each other. Incredible moments here. Let's just remind ourselves that we're 4 people into the category. 4 people have skied, and every one of them have done something that's blown us right off our chairs here. And we have 22, I guess 21 with Timo bowing out today. But unbelievable moments here. Freeride World Tour, the kicking horse Golden BC Pro. And we're back up to the top. Virgile Didier, this man had giant pictures of his face all over the slope in Val Thorens. He rides out of Chamonix. Such a strong start to the Freeride World Tour. He's sitting in 8th overall with a 9th and a 7th. He's a big, strong rider, and I have a feeling he's going to be looking for something big.
Dropping into the tuck.
This is becoming his trademark. Always looking for speed.
Yeah, just dropping out of that first start into the tuck, down the ridge. And again, it's kind of a fun game for us of when will they drop in?
Yeah, looking for his entry point. Getting real close to the cornice, just kind of slashing bits and pieces off, sliding in and back out.
Little re-entry.
Love that, kind of riding it like a wave.
And then dropping off the cornice straight into the Gnar, up
Boom.
and over those cliffs, picking him up again,
Turning it
making
into a double.
Airing up and over, maybe losing a little speed, but he's clearly hunting for something here. He's after something.
Yeah, Virgile into the same area. We saw Oscar go flying off that. Now getting on the right foot. There is another feature here, launching a backflip, even past the bomb hole of Oscar Mandel and stomping. Virgile Didier, the Frenchman, with a massive one and back into a tuck.
You got to have your trademarks. Coming across the finish line, yes, going for that backflip and getting it this time. Being able to sail past that existing bomb hole and put it to his feet. Smiles, look at that.
Well, let's look at this replay, Amy. This run from top to bottom, the intensity ramped up to 11.
Some techie turns there, making a double out of that section, almost a triple if you include kind of this drop off the cornice.
I include it.
Yeah, a little triple. Let's call it a triple off the top, sailing past that bomb hole, lots of speed, and then getting all the way across the face, basically, and throwing a huge backflip, laying it out.
Landing right in Oscar's track, maybe a benefit.
Maybe.
As we saw Oscar kind of punching into the snow there.
Landing his track, but not his bomb hole.
Yeah.
That's a good move.
Yeah, good move.
Good move by the rookie.
Veteran rookie.
Yeah.
All right, well, Virgile Didier making his case here. So the judges have their work cut out.
I'm already...
Whoa. Yeah. C'était béton, hein? Pas très bas.
Oui, oui.
Absolument. Spanish man in the hot seat, a Frenchman waiting for his score. Both of these guys just making full use of every feature available to them. Here we go, the score of Abel Moga, 90.33. Virgile coming in at 83.67, so just behind Ben Richards. Big scores here from ski men as the judges are putting it down and the men are putting it down on the face as Virgile slides in just ahead now of Tom Pfeiffer. So 1, 2, 3, we got Spain, New Zealand, and France holding it down, but we're just digging in. All right, we're going back up. Edvin Olsen, the Swedish rider out of Åre. We spoke before with about Cody Bramwell. Edvin, all his luggage has been lost, so he is in everybody else's kit. The rest of the Freeride World Tour banding together. He's wearing Leif Gascoigne's back protector and other people's skis, other people's everything. He's got his own boots, which is pretty clutch. But Edvin Olsen now on the venue. See what he can do with everybody else's equipment.
And dropping out of start 1, going early into the face, taking the fall line approach.
Yeah, moving across. Oh!
No.
I don't know if he clipped a rock there.
Yeah, something.
But the feet just got knocked out from Edvin Olsen.
He still has his skis on him, but you can see he's very frustrated.
Dejected.
And his line probably needed him to get up and over that feature, so who knows?
Yeah, it's a hastily cobbled together plan B here for Edvin, as it looked like he was trying to pick up speed side hill. Similar feature that we saw Justine Dufour-Lapointe back flipping off. Edvin now trying to salvage it, 360. This guy's such a good skier, and we've just been waiting for him to kind of pop off on the tour. Hopefully we're going to see it when he at least has his own equipment.
Right.
So,
such a challenge.
Yeah.
Still going to navigate his way into the Gnar down here and just boost right off that big cliff, lands it. You can tell he's bummed. He's still, you know, he has the skis on his feet, so he's still going to get a score. So he still needs to do something. But yeah, that's a bummer. You already have the downside if it's not your own gear, and then that just seemed like a classic snow steak pepper.
Something, yeah.
You know, we said there's skier compaction, but there are a couple zones at the very top that didn't see quite as much traffic, so there is some sugarier snow in a few hidden spots.
Yeah, let's see if we can pick it up here. Edvin Olsen starting things off hot. He's coming across.
Oh, he just hit something.
Yeah.
That ski just folds. Oh, I'm glad it didn't come off.
Yeah, just blasting a rock under the snow. I mean, they are there, and it's really hard with the new snow to tell exactly where they are. Edvin Olsen, you know, this is showing some of the promise that run had, floating the 360, and then a different angle on the, oh, that's the same one again.
Yeah.
A different angle on the bottom air than we saw some of the ski women take, and we saw Lily Bradley and Justine Dufour-Lapointe a little bit more on the looker's left side.
Yeah.
Edvin taking it from the absolute top ropes.
And holding onto that landing. Yep, you could see in his body language a little bit of like, you know, he was going to do it, but man, that takes the wind out of your sails. When something like that happens at the top, that wasn't even like, couldn't have done anything different to avoid that.
Yeah,
heartbreaking.
Unlucky for Edvin Olsen, and he was another rider who was looking for a strong result here, sitting in 18th overall, so a 50.67 for Edvin as he makes his way behind the backdrop, and it's going to be back to the drawing board for him as we move through the season on the Freeride World Tour and back to the top. Start number 2, imposing start here on Ozone.
Yeah.
Two ways you can drop out. Start number 1, definitely a bit of a gentler engagement into the face. Start 2, rugged and rowdy right off the bat. And as you said, Amy, this one's seen quite a bit less skier compaction. So sharks are lurking and looming in the water.
There are some lurking sharks. Yeah, and again, you see that happen with the rider in front of you, and you've got to imagine that plays into your mindset a little bit.
Don't go there.
Yeah.
So
make your sacrifices to the shark gods.
Next man here, Andorran rider. Been a minute since we've had an Andorran on the Freeride World Tour. Joan Aracil. He's had a strong start. You know, he was 11th in Ordino, 14th at the last event in Val Thorens in Spain. He's always looking at really unique and interesting lines. I'm enjoying watching Joan Aracil ski.
Doing some last minute power strap over buckling, making sure those boots are nice and tight, although with these temps, the boots are stiff. I was hearing some of the athletes talk about that.
That's not Joan, that's Marcus Goguen, who's going to be dropping after Joan Aracil. There we go. Yeah, we just had to line up the right rider on the camera. Joan Aracil, the rider out of Andorra. We see we've got our medical team on the face. We've got our ski runners on the face. Everyone trying to make sure they're out of the way before anybody goes. The last minute knee and lower body prep. This man, you know, he's soft-spoken, but he is a hard charger. He's got all the tricks. Backflips, 360s, he's doing corks. Been watching his Instagram while he's been shredding back home at Ordino Arcolis in Andorra. And Joan Aracil, I mean, a big splash. He was kind of the, you know, at the home event in Spain.
Yep.
Now he's here in Canada, and he is ready to unleash on the Ozone face.
Going out of start 1. The fun game of where's he gonna enter the face from the ridge, popping off those little wind lips, getting his legs underneath him, having a little fun. Look at that view. He's probably not looking at that view, but I am.
Yeah, a glorious backdrop here at Kicking Horse. It's so pretty. Freezing cold out, but it's keeping the snow light and dry as Joan, lofty 360. Oh, right into the avalanche debris.
Yeah, well, it was a piece of that cornice that had fallen down earlier maybe, but yeah, just punching front and I think losing both shoes.
Oh, heartbreaking.
Dang it.
For Joan, as you know, chatting to him last night, he had some big plans to go into the Rodney Pyramid Zone. He watched Max Hitzig do it a couple years ago, and he was frothing on that move.
Yeah.
But you can see all the chunks of the cornice all around him. Hard to know that those are there. I think it was Tim Schroeder maybe earlier in the snowboard men that broke that off. And so those chunks probably weren't there. But I think you could see that from the start gate.
Yeah, and maybe that snow is just a little punchier than I thought. You know, it's going to be wind loaded right there underneath the cornice. Maybe not the consistent surface that most of the venue is, but that is just a bummer. He's going to walk up there and get those skis, and you can see he's frustrated, obviously. I mean, emotions are so mega in this game.
So that's going to be a no score for Joanne Arciel. If your skis or snowboard, for that matter, comes off or you have to take off during your run, that's a no score. The no score runs are ranked by what the points were at the time of the skis releasing. But for Joanne, that's going to be a tough one because that was the first move, right? So we hadn't even started building a score yet.
Yep. So since he is on a different side of the venue, we have Marcus. We had a little preview of him in start 2, buckling up his boots.
Yeah, back over. So he's on home soil in Canada. We saw previously on Ozone when Marcus was a wild card on the Freeride World Tour, he used the other side, skiing a very similar line to what we saw Ben Richards do earlier on today. Marcus this time opting for start number 2. So he is in the mix, ready to go. Canadian rider out of Whistler. He is, I mean, every time he drops out of the start gate, you just hold your breath and cross your fingers because he packs every run with features, and every feature pretty much is tricked. Marcus Goguen had a hot run in Val Thorens with a podium result and a winning run going in Spain that exploded with a slight error in trajectory on the final backflip feature. As we see these towers and pillars here on the Ozone face, the finish corral way down there. Shade starting to creep in, so that finish area is going to be getting cold down there for the Canadian fans. All right, Joanne has made his way down to the bottom. A big hug. These two guys hang out a lot, you know, from neighboring countries, speaking a similar language. So they're, yeah, good friends. And not the day, unfortunately, for Joanne Arciel, but we are going to go back up to the top for the Marcus Goguen.
Yeah, Marcus, I got to ski with him when he was about 3 years ago filming for TGR. It was my first time meeting him, and I was just jaw-dropped the whole time. Like, what? Wow.
Yeah, he's part of this new force in freeride where these riders, they have the skiing skills on lock and the trick bag runs deep, and then just the boldness to pick the biggest moves on the face and lob like futuristic tricks off of them. So Marcus Goguen now getting ready, checking in with the starter.
Super strong athlete as well, like super fit, able to kind of absorb these superhuman landings.
Oh yeah, spending as much time in the gym as he does on the ski hill. And yeah, he, you know, taking the win at the Extreme Verbier last year. We're getting our cameras right as Marcus Goguen pushing out of the start gate from start 2.
Shifty off that top air and immediately lining up. Big backflip, going huge.
Oh, going
putting
so
it right
far
to his
down.
feet.
And we saw this one.
Cork
7,
Cork
Marcus
7
Goguen
on
lands
his feet,
it.
through the trees.
So on the same line as Abel Moga with a 90-point score. Marcus Goguen, blink and you missed it. So now the judges,
and a spread
eagle. That one's definitely going to factor into Aaron's style right at the end.
That was for the fans at the crowd, in the crowd. Oh, they're just so stoked. Every single one of these guys is lovers of freeride, so they just get stoked when someone does something amazing like that.
Tom Piper coming in. All right, Amy, run us through this replay. This got going right out of the gate.
Big backflip, sailing past all the other landings so far off that feature. Stomps, pretty stomp. We'll see what the judges say about that landing, and then lines up this Cork 7.
Oh, capping the grab on the tail.
Yeah. Getting that, I'm not going to call it a grab. Going for the grab on the tail. And then threading the needle through those punji trees and then sailing off this lower air and definitely stomping that one. So we'll see. I'm not going to call grabs. I'm not going to call backslaps. That's not my job, but I was entertained. We had a backflip Cork 7 to a punter. Wow.
Very, very similar approach to Abel Moga.
We were stoked watching it.
And the judges, what do they say?
Well, here we go. Abel with the 90.33. Marcus goes to 96.67. The judges loving it. So the I guess Cork 7 trumps front flip.
Apparently, we've learned. I didn't know. I would assume. I mean, you don't see a lot of cork sevens mid-slope on steep, aggressive terrain like this.
For sure, and I had that wrong there. That was a backflip on that one for Abel. He did the front flip on the upper one.
Right.
There are so many tricks already in ski, man. It's starting to blur together. So that 90-point run of Abel Moga so far good enough for second. And Marcus, another one suffering from the freeride flu. He was looking absolutely green last night at the opening ceremonies. I think happy to sit down. That's why I wanted to do is run so fast so he could just get off his feet.
Off the slope. Wow, can you imagine doing a cork 7 when you're sick?
All right, well, Marcus Goguen, Abel Moga, Ben Richards, Virgile Didier, and Tom Pfeiffer. That is your top 5, but we move on to our wild card. Riding out of Whitefish, Montana, skiing for Moonlight Basin, the Scott rider. This is Parkin Costain. Parkin was a standout junior competitor in the IFSA series, went to Junior Worlds, hasn't done a freeride competition since he was a junior.
Yeah, has never competed on the Freeride World Tour or any of the Challenger series.
Yeah, standout in the film world. You know, you've seen him go viral multiple times and at Kings and Queens of Corbett's. So Parkin getting the nod for the wild card here, and I am so excited to see this man back in a competition bib. Always a highlight skier. I mean, yeah, like I said.
He's got it all. He's a Swiss Army knife. He's got good aggressive fall line skiing, tons of tricks, good in exposed terrain, but he even set himself out of his element here in the comp world. So we're all on our waiting patiently. What's he gonna do?
All right, well, Parkin taking the same entrance as we saw Ben Richards, but maybe going on the other side of the ridge. Sharky in there, unconsolidated sugary snow. Parkin now just lining up to make sure he's in the right place, because a misstep here would be catastrophic. Double. Oh, just sitting down.
Sat down.
But launching a backflip off that huge nose and stomping it. So worth taking the time for that, as Parkin now following Tom Pfeiffer's track, lofting that, landing up a little bit higher than Tom. Whoo, Parkin Costain, and off that one, jumping over the pit. You can see on the right side of his track, it sags away. You do not want to land in that hole. A big run there for the wild card, Parkin Costain.
Finding some creativity there. Billy going off the top, maybe some snags in fluidity as he kind of oriented himself, but then sending a backflip kind of out of nowhere, putting that to his feet, finding that big kind of transfer air off the side of the pyramid. We'll see. I wonder how he's feeling. I mean, like he told me last night, he's like, I feel kind of out of my element. But we know he's a super capable skier.
Yeah, let's look at the top here as he was just popping and playing at probably the biggest pop we've seen off one of those wind lips.
So this is where he got a little sat down there.
Yeah, not
but then
too
recovers
bad.
immediately and is backflipping before we even knew he was skiing again.
Off that towering prow, just a massive backflip.
Finds a good soft landing in there, so he kind of billy goats here. He just needs to hold on. He's just going to get sucked off the trajectory.
He had to do that to or
get
he would have
this
missed
feature.
this.
And maybe this is the benefit of, you know, he hasn't competed on this venue, so looking at it differently and then catching this kind of tranny air off the side of the pyramid feature and landing really high on it, and then getting in the lower donger, going big right over that kind of dished out landing and putting it to his feet. So, you know, some fluidity, some control, but a fun, exciting, different line.
Awesome run there for Parkin Costain. The wild card coming in, as you said, out of his element. He's got that competition experience. It's just a little deeper in his past than most of these other riders.
This guy's such an incredible athlete, pro, biker, sledder, everything.
78.33 for Parkin. He likes it. He's chatting there with Marcus. The two of these guys, you know, they're sharing the risk out there and having a blast doing it. So that is it. Our wild card putting on a show and moving himself into 5th. We're back up to the top, and this man always a threat. He's got a win and then a crash doing just some absolutely futuristic trickery in Val Thorens, doing a backflip with a late 180 landing switch off a huge cliff. Ross Tester coming out of Palisades at Tahoe.
Tahoe boy ready to rip. Can't wait for this run. I love the way Ross skis, just total charger.
Total charger. His technique is so precise, but he's got again, just that deep bag of tricks. And now Ross Tester on Ozone looking to make his mark on this face.
Out of start 1, but going, doesn't look like he's gonna go far down the ridge, airing over the cornice already onto the face, carrying some heat.
Oh, yeah.
Going somewhere new.
Coming in a really different direction here. Ross Tester launching over the rocks. Little bit of a splat landing, quite flat there for Ross, but he's got more lined up underneath him.
And big backflip, and unfortunately a bit of a backslap, kind of washout landing. And he's gonna hit the donger 180
Ross
and
Tester
ride it out switch.
Continuing the futuristic, you know, Finn Billis, hopefully if you're watching this, you'll be happy to see that Ross Tester is continuing to do the things that you were doing on the Freeride World Tour. Big 180 there at the end of his run. It wouldn't be a Ross Tester run, I guess, this year if he didn't land switch somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. I love that. For instead of the lower donger, I'm going to call that the lower nub for the nebulizers. Got to give a shout out to those guys. They asked me to. I got it in. Ross, super fun run. Let's see what happened here. A really creative new air, going big, but like you said, flat landing, not a super clean landing.
Yeah, into the powder there, a touch back seat. I think the takeoff a little odd there, and then launching this backflip with a little bit of a twist, almost a whack flip.
Yeah, and a little washout in the landing there as well. Let's see, that's kind of tweak on that backflip. I'm calling that a whack flip.
Yeah, definitely getting bucked on that landing, and then taking this one.
The nub.
The nub for the nebulizer.
Switch landing in the pattern.
Clean switch landing too. No hand drag, no dragging his face in the snow. Super clean there, Ross. I mean, he is so strong, but he is just, he's trying to put his own mark on freeride here and having a blast. Love watching Ross ski every single time. You just never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, super exciting skier to watch.
Yeah.
And obviously those kind of issues are going to affect his score a little bit, but I like that he gave us the 180 at the end.
All right, a 68-point run for Ross Tester. So, yeah.
Little thanks to everybody for watching. Good smile. Sending love out to Ross. I gotta just love the Tahoe homies.
And we've got some face pictures in the background. Wei Tian Ho, that's the next man in the start gate. You know, the Frenchies did it. We saw it in Spain as well. I love to see it.
It's a big face shot.
Big face shot. The next man in the start gate riding out of Whistler, BC. So this is his backyard event. Wei Tian Ho, peak performance rider. He has been such a standout. You know, in France, he had the winning run going and exploded, going too big on the backflip. We saw him do the same thing in Verbier last year. So if he can get it top to bottom, always a threat for the podium. Still looking for that first win on the Freeride World Tour. Only 20 years old, this young man. I am so excited to watch him ski. He's just got such great style and such a unique eye for the line as Wei Tian drops in.
Yeah, taking this spicy drop in above start 2, working through that triple really quickly and headed straight for this feature. Big shifty.
Little bit flat in the landing, but Wei Tian working the squats, launching a big air, shifting it out. Keeping in the fall line here as Wei Tian regains control. Now he's looking at a slightly different angle, coming over and then hooking back across. No, getting caught up in the rocks.
Oh, a little bit of a direction change there. We're getting the okay signal. He's frustrated, but looks like he's not hurt, but really frustrated. We'll have to, not sure exactly what happened there, but man, that's a rocky, sharky zone, and now he's kind of just perched in this tree. Super frustrating for Wei Tian. He needed to put one to his feet, as we said, and he was lining up something creative, something different we hadn't seen. But do you see his tracks coming across all those rocks?
Yeah, unfortunately, the ski's just getting snagged up in the rocks. The ski's just above him. So this is, yeah, sometimes these creative approaches have, you know, more obstacles to manage.
Yeah.
And Wei Tian always just looking at something different, at a unique and different way of seeing a mountain face. And that time it bit him for sure as Wei Tian, you can just see the body language. He's so dejected.
Yeah.
He wants to put on the full Wei Tian experience for the crowd and really more specifically for himself as we look back.
For sure. So this big shifty air off the top. Landing a little past the landing, honestly, going too big again. And then a shifty over that air. Slight wheelie as well, and then coming across, oh, it's the same replay. And then here he goes into where we think we've seen before.
Yeah, we saw Marcus and Abel just pump off this nose, but Wei Tian
goes a little smaller because he has something in store, takes that air, and then gets in that turn and then just hits rocks. And that's a classic dry dock.
Yeah.
That's like your worst nightmare as a skier. We've all been there where you just lining something up and the snow gives way and all of a sudden your skis are on rocks and you're not going anywhere. And that is just devastating for Wei Tian.
Yeah.
Not what he wanted for sure.
That was going to be so cool, moving cross court on that feature. But the sugary snow, totally unconsolidated at Kicking Horse, and getting a little too close. Well, not too close, getting in and on a rock there. So Wei Tian Ho going down, swinging for the peak performance rider. So he's got 2 back-to-back no scores. Still a bunch of events to go before the cut.
Yep.
So Wei Tian Ho come back swinging in Georgia, I have no doubt. But we're back up to start one, and this young man has made an enormous splash on the Freeride World Tour in his rookie season. It is Toby Rafford, younger brother of Freeride World Tour standout Sun Valley's own Addie Rafford. He wanted to give a shout out to Addie.
Hi, Addie.
But Toby Rafford, I mean, in the first event, just putting down some of the most exciting moments we've seen so far this year. And we know every time he pushes out of the start gate, it's going to be magic. The crowd just going ballistic down here. I think they're cheering for Wei Tian as he's got his gear back under his feet and is going to be skiing through the finish soon. Yeah, big
from
W
style
there.
to style.
Totally. So Toby Rafford
super
now.
stylish, oozing with style, and definitely leaving his mark so far on the Freeride World Tour this year.
Yeah, another rider who has a real eye for creative moves on the face. His line choice ability for a guy who is pretty young is really, really well honed. He's definitely got a good eye, unique and creative moves, and then always with just that wizard-like trickery. He's got so many good tricks.
Yeah, I don't know what was in the water at this household growing up, but these two skiers, him and his sister, just oozing with style. And look at that, just big tweaked out little grab off the little nothing wind lip.
Yeah, so
but
much pop.
These moments are for him.
Yeah, they're just getting him eased in as Toby Rafford now down the cornice. He's got one eye on the edge as he wants to make sure he enters at the right spot. Sliding in and then cooking underneath. Toby into the barrel.
Right in the barrel of that.
Hand dragging. We've got this hanging snow face below him. No tracks in here ever with a massive Lincoln loop.
Wow,
oh my God.
right to
Toby
his feet.
Rafford. And
sailing.
Firing, spinning again. Oh, but coming up short on the rotation. Airbag deployed.
Airbag deployed.
That was a big impact there
So
for
was
Toby.
that
Hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, he's taking a breath. He's got the okay signal. Hard to tell if he's a little dinged or if he's just disappointed, but that was probably a pretty big hit. I mean, look at that bomb hole.
Yeah, look at.
So look at how big that would have been. Was he going for another Lincoln loop, or what was that? We'll have to watch if it's in the replay, but skis everywhere, man. And I love that creativity. What's cool about watching Toby ski is that you can tell obviously he wants to win. All these guys want to win, but he's up there doing something for himself that he thinks cool, that he wants to see.
Yeah, putting his own paint on the canvas here. In all the years that we've had competitions at Ozone, I've never seen anyone go in there. Toby Rafford, I love this,
so he's
hand dragging under the barrel.
Surfing under the barrel of the cornice, and then trying to get these quick turns in to a huge Lincoln loop.
Yeah, and connecting with that one, staying in the fall line, just over all those rocks.
So off axis, and then to get it back onto his feet, and then goes.
Oh yeah,
just
short
rotates.
on the rotation. Tucking up.
Man, I'm not cool enough to call what that trick was supposed to be, but maybe you are. But getting those skis dejected with the airbag inflated.
Well, that's a heartbreaker for Toby Rafford as he went all in on creativity and style and coming undone there. So that's going to be a no score for Toby Rafford, but providing us with some of the highlight moments of this competition.
Absolutely.
Going absolutely huge, just full send, pedal to the floor.
Even the creativity to think of a Lincoln loop on that feature.
Good competition.
We got Lots of cat tape in the finish line.
Cammy likes it.
Meow, meow, meow. And the little tail ride down into the finish from Toby. Yeah, I mean, gosh, creativity points for sure. Bummer to not put that to his feet. I know he wanted that, but keeping it exciting, no doubt.
Big time, yeah, and 2 in a row, serious contenders going down there in the names of Wei Tian Ho and Toby Rafford. Toby with the big Mammut airbag just looming behind him there, coming out on that big impact. Toby landing on his side. Hopefully he is all good. As we are moving back up to the top, making our way through ski men here at the Kicking Horse Pro Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance, lighting it up. Ski men, the final category of the day. So tracks definitely starting to play effect, and both Wei Tian and Toby going where there were no tracks to varied levels of success. There was back up to the top though. It is going to be Carl Regner Eriksson, Peak Performance, and Scott Ryder. Carl had one of the most exciting and, you know, honestly kind of scary moments at the Val Thorens Pro, cutting out a big slab on the center pad of a big double air. The snow cascading down, but he handled it like a veteran and was able to move away from where the avalanche was sliding. But so far, so good for stability here at Kicking Horse, as Carl Regner Eriksson now on course, a veteran. And I have a feeling we're going to see some fireworks from the Swede.
Moving down the ridge, an athlete with so much experience, lining up at 3 off the cornice, kind of that earliest entry point into the face.
Yeah, moving.
Giving himself a lot of options for features below, coming in.
Moving quickly, laying out a backflip, clean connection for Carl. So all the way now across to the lookers right. Carl Regner Eriksson, 2 tricks in on only 2 features, now coming down onto this fall line feature. Another 360.
Hanging on to that landing through all the traffic. Getting a little bucked through these punji trees.
Flying in the trees there. Carl getting himself back in control. We saw, I think he's got, Edvin Olsen's track as a little bit of a landmark, and taking it all the way from the top ropes, disappearing into the powder. Just a little control issue there. Yeah, skis out of the fall line.
We'll let the judges rate the scale of that, but committed fall line run, the kind of skiing we're used to seeing from Carl, but maybe not quite as clean as he would have needed to do to get a score.
Yeah, to challenge that run of Marcus Goguen.
Yeah. And he's a vet, he's going to know that. Yep.
Oh yeah, Carl knows. So we'll take a look back here at the replay. Strong entry from Carl.
360 right out of the gates on that first part of the cornice. Coming over into this windlip-ish feature, laying out a good backflip right to his feet. Greases that landing.
Yeah, I love this one. Justine Dufour-Lapont kind of opening that one up.
No impact. That's nice to see. And then lining up a 360 here. Hanging onto that landing through that traffic-y zone. And then he was getting a little caught up in some of these punji trees after this feature. You can see his skis kind of deflecting on obstacles. And then he works his way down into this big air in the middle of the face. Lines it up, but there has been some traffic through here, and again, not my call to decide.
Yeah, you can see.
But it's not a clean landing.
He lands. Oh, is that a rock?
A little bit of a rock.
Yeah, and then the skis come out of the fall line for a sec, but he does redirect. So for sure, a ding on fluidity and control, but not a full crash. But yeah, you could see from that drone angle, it looked like he landed directly on a rock.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like the double-edged sword there. If there's been traffic, you know what it's like, but
68-point run for Carl, so moving him into 8th place. So yeah, tricky, you know, the more traffic you get as you're later in the field, some rocks are starting to poke out, some things are starting to get a little firmer. Goguen, Moga, Richards, that's your top 3 with Virgil Didier and the wild card, Parkin Costain, holding it down. The top 5 in ski men as we are pumping through this field. Short runs, no time to breathe as we move back up to the top. For the Verbier man, it is Simon Perrodin riding for Scott, riding for Dinastar, riding for Verbier. Simon is in need of a result. He needs a stomped run here to get himself back in the mix. So we're 2 runs in, and he's got 2 pretty big crashes. So but I mean, you can't count out this this tall Swiss man. He's such a strong skier.
The gorilla pound on the chest. The Verbier gorillas coming out of the start gate, start 1. He's gonna move right down that ridge. Pop and tweak off the wind lip. We're getting used to that.
It's such a great way to get yourself engaged in your run.
Oh, and he's gonna pop off the cornice and come into the face. Still making his way over towards the features on that rider's right side.
Got a casual look about him. He's looking cross-court here, or going even above the features that we've seen other riders go into. Oh, yeah.
Getting creative, working through that pepper and off that air. Little light moment over that wind feature or the roller.
So Simon going over where we saw Virgile and Oscar go, lofting a 360, landing perfectly, those long legs just handling the impact. And Simon now flying off this one, landing in the same spot as Virgile and Oscar. Clean run for Simon Paradin. So great, great, great to see him lock one down.
That's what he needed. He needed to put one to his feet today. He needed to get a result. There's still a lot of comps before the cut at Verbier, but he needed that today. And so I think he's going to be happy with that for sure. Big shock absorbers with those long legs.
Yeah, absolutely. Big hug for Marcus as we look back, Amy, at the replay of Simon's run.
So coming into a new zone, a cool little technical air into a bigger air, kind of doubling up that section. And then getting a 3 off this feature, finding a fresh landing right between the 2 bomb holes. Kind of floats this thing, pretty casual, like you said, that greasy casual style.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And then this right footer launching this one, where we saw Oscar Armanino and Virgile Didier go. And Simon clean. You can see just the little fist bump. He needed a clean run, and he got it.
Because he could have maybe gone for a trick on that lower air, but he needed to land it. So it was really actually strategically the smart call to straight out air that one and put it to his feet.
100%. So now the judge is getting to work. They've got the big 360 up top. They've got a nice, clean, long straight air. Marcus Goguen vacating the hot seat. Get back in your spot there, young buck. As Simon waiting for the score, Marcus also waiting for Simon's score, as he's been sitting in that hot seat for a while. Simon Paradin, the score to beat at 96.67. He comes in at a 77 flat. So moving into 6. So a solid run there, and hopefully a keeper result for the Verbier rider. Simon Paradin wrapping up his campaign here at Kicking Horse.
That was strategic riding for sure.
Absolutely. Yes, sometimes you got to do it.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's all in and all out, and other times you got to put the strategy down. And you can see the 2 guys that have crashed in both events there in 6th and 7th, Tom Pfeiffer and Simon Paradin, putting down runs that they can keep, that they can hold a result from, and then they can come back swinging in the next couple.
It's not the glory move, but it's the move you need to stay in the game.
Absolutely. Back up to the top we go. Start 1. Dwindling crowd there as Tenla Katsuno, you can see for the crowd at home, we've spoken to him, that pronunciation is from the man himself. Tenla riding out of Niseko. He is a powder hound. He loves getting deep in the snow. Backflips, 360s, cork 7s. He's got all the tricks, and he's got such an aggressive style. I love watching him ski, just making sure he's got you know, all the gunk out of his eyes. Wipe all the sleep out before you get going, so you can see Tenla Katsuno always making the highlight reel.
I loved his run in France. It was so fun to watch.
As he gets ready to kick things off, one last deep squat to get the legs ready for what's coming. And he is on course, on venue here at Kicking Horse.
And he's on this, out of this start gate 1. Looks like he's gonna go more direct, potentially. And 360 off the cornice, into the face. It's still gonna make his way over to skier's right side, the playful side.
Yeah, and still plenty of powder available for these riders. Tenla going a touch slower, landing up high on that one, bouncing, but actually getting access to another feature there by doing it, holding on, bending the tails of his skis, full fall line.
Commitment.
Oh, no, go!
Wow, what a save.
Tenla.
Just holding on for dear life there. The attack of the punchy trees between those features, and just pulling some serious G's coming out of that.
Yeah, Tenla had no choice but to just hold the fall line and hope for the best. Marcus loving it.
Standing O from the guy in the hot seat.
All right, well, we'll look back at the replay of Katsuno's run. I love the way he started this. Full speed attack mode on that 360.
Right into the face, and then immediately making his way over to the next feature. We've seen a ton of traffic taking it small conservative into the pocket so that he can redirect and get off this second feature. Tweaked shifties on both, almost the attack of the punji tree. No time for hesitation, straight off that air and just holding on essentially for dear life there coming out of there.
Yeah.
But keeps it on his feet. I mean, that's not gonna be a clean landing. Judges aren't they're gonna notice that, but he's on his feet. He didn't crash. He did pull it off. That's a save.
Yeah, fighting.
Fighting those tails.
Bending the tails. The one right ski there trying to escape, but Tenla not having it. Sometimes balance is a battle, you know, it's not just given to you, and Tenla had to fight for that one. You can see he's smiling. I mean, he knows how wild that was. He lived it, as did we. Yeah, these guys know. I mean, you're just saying to Marcus, your Cork 7 was insane. They all can do these tricks, so when somebody else does one that you know exactly how difficult, challenging, and risky it is, well, you're going to give them full props for it. So Tenla Katsuno waiting for the score. Marcus Goguen in the hot seat. I think the judge is just wondering how hard to ding him on control there. Is it going to be a lot or a little? Looks like a medium amount.
Looks like a medium amount.
Yeah, so ninth right now with a 69.33 for Tenla.
Impressive skiing for sure. Puts him into 9th place there.
All right, back up to the top we go. This young man, an absolute prodigy as a junior, won the overall IFSA North American junior title at 17 years old, straight onto the challengers with a wild card and earning his way directly onto the World Tour Dinaster rider. This is Vail, Colorado's own Finn Griffith. This kid is such a ninja on skis. I love watching him ski as he goes aggressive right out of the start gate and onto Ozone.
With haste, that first feature floating a big 3, sailing way past the tranny and the landing there, getting hooked up, having to kind of stuff that landing, unfortunately, because he took a different trajectory off that. He's got another one lined up. Oh, maybe getting a little hung up on the takeoff, keeping it to his feet.
Yeah, cat-like there for Finn. And just erupting out of that bomb hole. Tossed into an unintentional Lincoln loop. Finn Griffith getting bucked off the horse as that run, I mean, it was fast, but every piece of it had some incredibly wild moments.
Yeah. And that's the thing is this venue, everything comes up fast. So if you get bucked, you don't have a lot of time to recover before the next thing. You just have to hope you can get it back. Unfortunately for Finn, not the case on those features. Bummer to see. There was some lofty style in that initial 3.
Yeah, let's look back here as he goes so aggressive on this approach. The spin perfect,
really
Amy.
Pops, but look, he just sails way past the landing.
Yeah.
Just smack hot tubs right in. Yeah.
And then looks like, yeah, he got caught up there.
Yeah, there's a little cat out of a bag situation.
Got away with it, pinned off this. And then watch him explode out of the powder cloud.
Maybe just hit someone's bomb hole or just was off balance from, because there really wasn't a lot of time for him to recover from this cat thrown out the window moment in someone's bomb hole. He's off balance, and then all of a sudden he's already in the air.
And straight into the bomb hole.
Straight into a bomb hole. Yep. Yeah, that is unfortunate, unlucky. I do like how many times I've been able to say cat in this broadcast.
Yeah, the kitty cats are here to play at Kicking Horse.
Here at Kicking Horse. Cats like horses.
Finn Griffith right now with an 18th and an 11th. That's going to be, not the score or not the run that he was looking for. Top to bottom, that one just full of adventure.
Thanks everybody watching at home. Sorry to
disappoint, but it was good. It was fun.
Well, no need to be sorry for the Vail rider there. He put it on the line there, going absolutely monstrous on that 360.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. That was too big. It was so, I like came around, I was like, uh-oh.
Well, yeah, he's telling the story right from the rider's mouth there. Too big on the 360, 20-point run for Finn Griffiths, so he's going to move into 13th as we get into the final quarter of the ski men's field. Marcus Goguen fending off all challengers so far with that blistering run right down the center of this space. You know,
Somebody get that guy some tea and a blanket.
Marcus has been in this situation before, putting down an absolute fire run, and then right at the end, Max Hitzig comes out with the biggest backflip on planet Earth and knocked him out. And, you know, so he's not going to be all that comfortable. He's not going to be all that comfortable.
He's cold and he's not comfortable down there. He's gonna. There's a lot of challengers still to come. And
many talented riders up top, including the next man in the gate. We're going to be looking at Christopher Turdell, two-time Freeride World Champion, also a winner on Ozone in the past, the peak performance rider. Absolutely lightning in a bottle. He can, I mean, he can win on any face.
Absolutely, and I'm not making this up. I have it written in my notes. The Cat is what he's called, because he has this ability to just always land on his feet. I swear I'm not making up this cat stuff, but I'll try to stop. But yeah, really excited to see what he's done. He's been on this face before. He's proven that he knows what to do on this face.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if he goes for a similar line choice as we saw Carl go a little bit earlier. The two of them often study together, sometimes skiing similar areas, sometimes not. But Turdell's so smooth, and he is really, really strong. You rarely see him out of sorts on a free ride face. So Christopher Turdell, the peak performance rider, kicking out of the gate with some aggression.
Yep, out of that start one, heading down the ridge. Looks like he's going to take the fall line approach here. 360 off the cornice, that earliest part of that cornice. He's going to make his way over to the rider's left side.
Yeah, and a similar approach to Carl, laying out the backflip, nice clean landing. So this is looking awfully familiar.
Yeah.
If you watch Carl Rigner Eriksson's run, and it was a little bit lower down that things went a bit haywire for Carl. We'll see how Christopher can attack this middle section.
360 off this feature, finding the little swath of landing left in there, and he's making his way.
Going a different direction than we saw Carl landing on a rock.
Into the pepper, catching a little air off that bulbous feature, and out. I'm wondering if that was the exact plan A for. I don't think that was exactly what he had planned.
Yeah, for sure. It looked a little bit improvised there for Turdell. You rarely see him kind of moving without like very specific and strategic intent. And it also could be that Carl, you know, maybe called him from the bottom and said, "Hey, that thing didn't work the way we thought it would." So he went to plan B.
Yeah, there is definitely some communication between the riders. 360 off the top cornice.
Turdell's been working on the 360s. We've known him in his trick moves for the backflips, and you can see here why.
Laid out backflip and just finds that tranny where you can't even tell he landed, like no impact.
Stretching it out where he needed to. Yeah, that was executed perfectly. And then another 360 here for Turdell.
But you'll see he finds like a little bit of landing in there, gets a little flailed. And yeah, just he finds something in there. He's not quite, gets off balance, and then here, again, not sure exactly what he was going for.
Oh, he
lands on a rock
right
there,
on that rock.
And then he's trying to make his way over to that lower part of that kind of goblin zone that keeps gobbling people up. And gets a light moment, but I bet it's, again, I'm not psychic. I don't have a beam into Christopher's mind, but I don't think that's exactly what he had planned.
Yeah, but solid run, and he's on his feet. We saw... Well, if you speak Swedish.
Yeah, the Swedish fans are getting some insight.
Det är inget bra. Fan ledsen jag. Ja, det blir fan inget bra.
Yeah, we saw the uncharacteristic crash into Val Thorens. It's very rare that you see Trudell go down, but punch front in that deep snow. And this one, a little bit rugged, a little bit rowdy, but Christopher Trudell on his feet at the bottom as we wait for the judges to have their say on that one. You can see him getting to work. Busy moments there in the judges' tent.
Yeah.
As here we go, the score now coming in for Christopher Trudell, climbing up into the 70s. So he moves into 7th place for Christopher Trudell with a 74-point run. So salvaged it there with, as we said, probably a little bit of an audible call mid-run there to change directions. So if you're looking at the start list and you were expecting Timo Rollshoven, the peak performance rider out of Germany, we are unfortunately not going to see him. Timo is unwell, seriously sick, so he's opted not to take the start here. We miss you, Timo. Hopefully you're watching from your bed, cuddled up with a warm cup of tea, and we'll look forward to seeing you back on slope. But we are going to see Mathis Fornacier riding out of Champs in France, first year on the Freeride World Tour. Mathis with a big scary crash in Spain, and then coming back hot with a 5th place finish at home, and now ready to do it here for the Canadian crowd.
Yep, jumping out of that start one. Little tiny pop off the wind lip. He's going to feel it out. He's looking down over that cornice and down that beautiful ridge, scoping out exactly where he's going to enter the slope. We'll see where it is. Where is it going to be? That's a cool angle there where you can see basically nothing until the finish line.
That's how steep it
and
is.
There
so
he
big
goes, 360 off that cornice, into the face, into the soft snow, making his way over to this featured zone on the rider's right side.
And
catching
Mathis,
some air, doubling it up there through that peppery kind of techie zone. And there's a lot below him.
oh, is he heading towards the nose, the Rodney Pyramid? A huge backflip for Mathis Fornacier. No!
Wow.
Well, taking a page out of the book of Max Hitzig there. Mathis Fornacier going full send rocket ride off the nose of the Rodney Pyramid. That was massive. Let's look at the bomb hole as we move up. Oh, we're going to lose that one. Mathis, he looks like he's fine. He's back up collecting his gear.
Yeah, I just went for it. We weren't sure if we were going to see. We saw some nugs kind of plucked off the side of the Rodney Pyramid, but that was our first proper nose send with a big backflip and unfortunately not sticking it. But gosh, the Freeride fans, we wanted to see it. We wanted to see someone do it.
We're here for it. We've got the conditions. You can see the nose was shaped up. Let's look back here at the replay, Amy.
360 off that cornice, into the face, becoming a standard move for all of these riders. And here he comes, just lining up that nose. Drum roll, sets that big backflip, and just...
maybe a tiny bit short.
Yeah, maybe a tiny bit shorter, just doesn't hold on to it. I mean, the landing is steep up in there, and maybe he came around, saw he was a little short, got a little buggy, who knows, but it's interesting, you know, we're watching this on our screen, but can look up and see that pyramid right up there, and that is a chunk of earth he just chewed off right there.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. And with the sugary snow here at Kicking Horse, you want to get away from the rocks. You want to be landing the further down, the further away from the bottom of the feature you land, the better, because it's quite sugary next to the rocks. We saw Wei Tian struggle with that as well.
There wouldn't have been skier compaction there, so it wouldn't have been. It wouldn't have been as compacted as other parts of the slope. We're seeing if we could get some words from Maddie's there. Again, kind of a similar moment maybe for Marcus on the hot seat, sitting there watching someone throw a huge backflip off. He was probably holding his breath, but escaped a big challenger there.
Yeah, Freeride World Tour doing a really cool Evolution post showing the footage of George Rodney hitting that first, then Yu Sasaki, the first guy to actually land it, and then Max Hitzig with the backflip. If you look at the Freeride World Tour Instagram, it's very cool to see those all lined up together, back to back to back, as our ski runner is, I think, it's just hunting kind of at the wrong bomb hole there.
Yeah, he's looking for, I think there's a pole left up there.
Oh yeah, true.
And,
there's many pieces of gear strewn on the face.
Still some takers up there, so we want to make sure there's nothing in that landing, even though unfortunately there are some bomb holes that where it's gonna, I have no idea what everybody's plans are up top, but now we've got a bomb hole and a sidestep, although in a clearable part of the landing, technically. But
yeah,
there's that pole. You got to get that gear off the slope so that it's not a hazard to any riders that still have to come down.
And you can see on Matisse's bomb hole, it's like really steep and then it kind of kinks out.
Yeah.
So maybe just not quite far enough away from the edge, as we've got the pole there. Hopefully he's got his other ski. The ski runner collecting the gear and having a good time skiing this powder down here. So Matisse Fornacier, wow. Well, certainly giving things a good nudge here. As we go back up to the top, we're getting towards the sharp end of the stick here in ski men. The next man out of the gate, Engelberg's own Maxime Chablot. This man is the 2022 Freeride World Tour champion, the 2019 Freeride Junior champion, the current kiteboarding world champion. There's not much that Maxime Chablot can't do.
Big bag of tricks, likes to go big, and I was actually told yesterday that, believe it or not, apparently he's afraid of heights. I didn't verify that with him, but I heard it from a trusted source.
Yeah, you certainly don't see it in his skiing. Maxime Chablot now pushing.
Yeah.
And a shout out for the rest of the homies up top. He said he feels like a Swiss expat because he's the only Swiss rider on the tour that's not from Verbier.
And so he's making his way down that ridge, over the cornice, looking like he's going to go to the far rider's right side, get into that playful zone, see what he can pull out of his bag of tricks, starting off with that 360 off the cornice, into the face.
Nice, clean connection there for Chablot as he's going all the way across. We've seen a couple riders testing out this zone, turning it into a double there for Chablot.
Taking a bite out of that kind of techie double there. And we'll see, he has gone by the pyramid, so where is he going?
Well, we saw Oscar and Virgile in here and Simon Peridon lobbing a 360 right off the top ropes, and both skis coming off a punch front for Maxime Chablot, continuing his run of really unfortunate crashes.
He's going to take the rest of the run for him. Just going to go the distance. And what an unfortunate, just laying up a big 360 and unfortunately just losing both shoes in the landing there. Punch front situation. Not sure if it was a bomb hole or just some of that sugary snow, but obviously not what he wanted to do. And he had 2 falls already, so he did need a result this at this stop. That was really important for him. He's gonna slide down.
Toboggan ride on that other ski. As we look back up at the start, I love this 360 from Chablot.
Getting that good air style, showing how good he is in the air. And just kind of fighting off the takeoff there, gets that 360, not landing in a bomb hole, just maybe softer, maybe not quite as steep as he was thinking. Hard to say there, but just kicking both shoes.
Yeah, going straight over the front. So Maxime Chablot reunited with his other ski now. So that is unfortunate for Chablot. He's finding himself, or is going to find himself in a bit of a pickle on the standing sheet, as he's got 3 comps in and 3 big crashes down.
3 no scores.
Yeah, so he's going to be really looking to come back swinging in Georgia and Fieberbrunn if he wants to get on the good side of that cut here on the Freeride World Tour. Maxime Chablot, you can see, I mean, the emotions, his hands on his head from the 2022 world champion.
Yeah, that's tough. It's going to put a lot of pressure on those subsequent stops, and I'm not a mathematician at all, have no idea what he'd have to do to make it across that cut, but I know pressure is going to be heavy on his shoulders.
Yeah, absolutely. Shade starting to come across the finish area. Minus 22 at the start of the day. It's going to be cooling off as we get out of the sun. So Maxime Chablot wrapping things up. That's going to be a no score for him. Another big crash. Hopefully physically okay. He's going to just have to regroup and rebuild as we move on to the next stops of the Freeride World Tour. Looking here, the Canadian crowd, hardy
Canadians up here, man. This Cali girl is cold, and I love seeing the stoke, and the riders appreciate the stoke, and warm Canadian welcome from you nice folk up here.
Back up we go here. This man fresh off a win in Val Thorens. You can see on the split screen the Verbier rider, Martin Bender, with a huge run in France to lock himself into his first win on the Freeride World Tour, and it vaulted him up the standings. Bender now sitting in second overall. He had an absolute blast on that one. The flag of Valais getting tackled by the gorilla. So Martin Bender, the Swiss rider out of Verbier, he's sitting in second overall, just behind the guy who's going to be dropping next, who is in first. So he's going to be looking to back up that strong result. You know, he's the 2022 Junior World Champ. The Junior World's just providing like a pathway to the Freeride World Tour for these athletes. You see the guy sitting in the hot seat, former Junior World Champ.
Yeah.
This guy in the start gate, former Junior World Champ. Chablot, former Junior World Champ. Ross Tester, Anna Martinez. There's so many in the field here. And it really proves that junior pathway of the sport pyramid just working as designed for these free riders as we get set for Martin Bender to kick out of the start gate and see if he can back up that win in Val Thorens with another one here in Canada.
Yeah, real pipeline straight to the big show here. And one of the gorillas, the Verbier gorillas, and I've been told by some of his fellow riders, he's a bit of a party animal. Kind of some fun vibes there, so fun tips.
Always a smile on his face, always quick with a compliment, a high five, a hug. Martin Bender, yeah, he is the life of the party for sure.
Getting the gorilla fist, the chest thumping, and he...
Game face on right now as Bender looking to back it up. He's got to win now. Once you get one, you're going to want more, and these are going to be anxious moments for Marcus Goguen sitting down there in the hot seat.
Yeah, heavy hitters dropping last, making his way down that ridge above the cornice, over to the playful zone. We know there's some big features below him. And this is a game of when's he going to get in there.
Bender looking for his entrance.
Oh, doing a little re-entry, a little playful, maybe take a look-see.
Yeah, popping in and out.
And he's going to go far, far riders right into the zone that we haven't seen action in for a moment.
Yeah, you can see the area
going way over.
That Ben went into, passing by.
He's over in the zone that John Powell was in.
Mm-hmm. And popping in off the cornice. He's got plenty of powder underneath him, but going the other way. 360 over all of those shelves. That was enormous for Martin Bender. Hand drag 360.
Oh, no. And just not able to hold on to that landing. He was in the shade there, so just hard to see exactly what was going on there. He broke off a piece of the cornice, had some slough, then he had that big 360, and just not able to put it to his feet. Ski still on, he'll get a score, but obviously not that repeat heater result that he was certainly searching for.
Yeah, I mean, he went left there where other riders kind of stayed fall line or went right to make it a double, and just biting off that entire buttress. He's smiling
the chest
though.
Through, he's smiling, he's got good vibes. Marcus, one more sigh of relief, guaranteed at least second place here.
Well, Amy, talk us through this replay. As
So
Bender,
you see that
the cornice.
chunk of cornice come down with him. There's a lot of slough. He it's basically a double into a huge 3 over a ton of rock there. Not a perfectly clean landing, bit of a back slap, swiping off his goggles, but there's just a lot of kind of action here.
So little time to set that up. Yeah, definitely
Not a terribly steep landing. Could have been part of the problem. And then here, that hand drag 360, and I don't know what, he might have landed on something we can't see, maybe a chunk of cornice, but he just stuffed it right into the mountain, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you could see the reaction from Marcus Goguen. You know, these guys all want to win. They want to stand on the podium, but they also want their friends to lace a cool line. Little snow in the old mustache there, repping the Verbier Cat de Valais, Martin Bender. So a question of what could have been there.
Yeah.
With probably one of the biggest moves of the day, you know, in line with the size of the air that we saw Mathis Fornacier hit on the Rodney Pyramid. May have to rename that one.
C'est bon. I know that French. It's good. Vibes are still high.
All right, well, the score sliding in there for Bender, a 47, so into 14th. So he's sitting in second overall. We'll see what that does to the math behind the scenes as Bender wraps it up, and we go back to the top, the last rider of the day in all 4 categories, but he is also the man leading the overall rankings for ski men. It is Valentin Rainer, riding out of St. Anton, Austria. He has such a strong bag of tricks. He's the 2023 Freeride World Champion, riding for Scott and Peak Performance in that fire bib. He is ready to go. He's leading the tour. He's comfortable in this position. He's got an overall title, and he's got, yeah, he just loves it. He's so stylish. He's a smooth operator, is Valley, and I cannot wait to see what he puts out on the Ozone face today. Valley Rainer, last man standing here at the Kicking Horse Pro.
Last but not least, he was 3rd last time we competed. These guys competed on this face. So I think he definitely is looking to up that ante a bit. And he is out of that start 1, down the ridge. Our last view of this gorgeous view off here at the top of Kicking Horse here in Goguen, BC. And here comes the game. When's he gonna drop in? We don't know.
Yeah, the cornice, as we said, a little bit smaller than other years, so you got a nice view. Valley launching a 360.
Finding a clean spot and immediately making his way over to the right. He's gonna find that kind of techie double that we've seen a couple of the riders do.
Valley getting on the right foot, going screaming across here. We've seen varied levels of success on this huge 360 for Valley Rainer. Oh, just escaping the rock.
Oh, and he's got more. Lacing straight into a backflip, and he lands it. Okay, wow. Tour leader Golden Bib not going down without a fight here, putting down an exciting run, a tough one for judges. We'll see when we watch the replay. Maybe we could be nitpicky on some of those landings, but that was fast, that was fun, that was exciting, and look at this reception by the crowd coming into the finish area. He's smiling. Marcus is probably starting to wiggle. I don't know. Got hugs in the finish line. I don't know. What do you think, Derek?
Well, everybody's going to be sweating now. Valley Rainer, the last rider on the face for the day. As we look back up at the top, great entry, launching the 360 into the powder. All those judges' bars kind of close to maxed out.
Yep.
Taking this as a double, and then he speeds.
Yeah, going through this double, maybe cleaner and faster than, I mean, we've seen quite a few riders hit that kind of same line. And then he cruises over into this big 360, down takeoff, holds onto that landing, but it wasn't exactly clean. And then he is just holding on to fight to get to this takeoff, launches into the backflip.
He went way further than the other tracks on that one.
Definitely went big, kind of maybe found a flatter spot in the backflip landing. We're back on the 360 where he gets a little squirrely. I don't know what the judges are going to do with that. And then here, he puts it to bolt, some hands down, maybe a little buck of the face. So again, I'm not a judge. I'm not going to give that a rating.
Yeah, Marcus loving it though. Valley Rainer definitely making a case for himself to be in the mix up there at the pointy end of the stick here, right at the end of the Kicking Horse Pro. You can see that line once he got to where he dropped in. Very direct for the Peak Performance rider.
See if he's going to give us a little glimpse into his thoughts there.
Yeah, it smells a little funky.
All right, here we go. The judges have spoken. The score going up, 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 up. 86, 6-7. So Valley Rainer into 4th, just slightly off the podium. But that's still a big result for the Austrian. And we have a maple leaf on top of the podium at home with Marcus Goguen lighting it up and winning his home event. What a huge result for the Canadian rider.
Doing it well, Sick, putting on an absolute show. He's been on the podium here in Kicking Horse before, but never at the top, so he gets his gold in Goguen.
Let's take a look here at how it shook out at the Kicking Horse Pro.
first place, top of the podium, we have Marcus Goguen, like you said, Canadian on top in Canada. Then we have Abel Moga in second place, and Ben Richards holding on to that third place, fighting off lots of contenders for that last spot. And then we have our tour leader just off the podium in fourth place. So we'll see what it says. I'm curious to see how the standings shake out after this. Again,
absolutely.
I'm not the mathematician here, but
yeah,
that was a great show. Wow.
Yeah, we got all the way down to fifth, scores in the 80s, so many strong runs. As we look down here, this is where deeper into the rankings where things went a little sideways for some of these riders. We saw Martin Bender, we saw Toby Rafford, Wei Tian Ho, Ross Tester all having serious issues. Matisse going absolutely ballistic, Joanna Aracil blowing up right at the top, and Timo unfortunately unable to take the start today, but we'll see him back to full health as we are going to, well, you're just seeing the crowds. I mean,
is that a Canadian tuxedo?
I think it is, out there in the cold, just jeans and a jean jacket, having a blast out here. This is our podium finishers. Marcus Goguen with the gold, Abel Moga, the Spanish rider, and Ben Richards. What a podium. So much talent in this ski men's field. To rise to the top of it is so challenging. And Marcus doing it for the home crowd, the Maple Leafs waving proudly there on his shoulder. Incredible. Let's take a look here at what this has done to our overall rankings. Incredible moments here at the Kicking Horse Pro. So exciting as we look at the Ozone FIS overall rankings coming into place. Valley holding on, but Marcus Goguen creeping on up on him, putting himself into second overall. Ben Richards, Martin Bender, Ross Tester, that's your top 5. And Abel moving way up from below the cut line to put himself into 8th right now. This is starting to crystallize. I mean, we still have 2 more events to go, but just starting to get a little bit of clarity as we look down here now. Wei Tian Ho still just on the good side of the cut, as is Turdell. Carl Regner Eriksson on the outside looking in. And then Simon moved way up. He was a man with 2 crashes. Tom Piper also climbing up a little bit. And then we're going to see here Edvin Maxime down there in the 2-3 crash zone now. Tams Marvell getting injured in the first event. Tams, I hope you're watching. We miss you. Hoping to see you back in Freeride Start Gate sooner than later. We're going to go down to our winner, the hometown champion, Marky Mark. A massive congratulations. What a run there. How are you feeling right now?
Thanks, Derek. I'm feeling pretty darn good considering how not great I was feeling yesterday. But yeah, I had a little sickness yesterday, and I honestly think that distracted me in a good way. I kind of wasn't really thinking about the comp too much. I was just thinking about fueling my body and getting the body good to go. And next thing you know, I was in the start gate, had no nerves, and kind of just put something down that I wanted to do, and somehow worked out. And yeah, I'm pretty happy and can't complain taking the W here in the hometown or home country.
Amazing, Marcus. That was so exciting to watch. And just talk for those at home that maybe don't understand how hard it is to do a cork 7 in natural terrain like that. Talk us through like how committed that trick was for you to decide, because you had a big bag of tricks you were talking about before this comp.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just I kind of find a downside takeoff and I just chuck it off. That's kind of my go-to trick, and I try to practice them off as many features as I can and make sure they're all different kind of features, just so I can kind of do something like that in the middle of a comp run and be able to know that I can put it to my feet. So yeah, it's pretty difficult, but it's doable if you got the practice.
Yeah, practice makes perfect. That was so exciting.
Congratulations, Marcus Goguen taking the win on home soil. What a performance here. Golden is going to go off tonight. What a show we saw from the ski men. Marcus Goguen lighting it up there. All 4 categories. Electric. We cannot wait. Stay tuned with us here from the Golden Pro. Oh, buddy, what a show we had here in Canada. The Kicking Horse Pro going absolutely ballistic. Ozone delivering. Amy, what a show we just saw.
You know what? When we saw the setup we had today with the conditions, the weather, we knew this was going to be a classic grade A freeride show, and that's what we got. I was not expecting to see a Cork 7, I gotta say. Call me naive, but that was fun, top to bottom. Every category really just making great work of this face.
All right, well, now it's your chance to get involved. You're going to log on to freerideworldtour.com and vote for the Rider of the Day. All 4 categories are in play. Whoever you loved, whatever you saw that just got you jazzed up and G'd up, freerideworldtour.com, the Rider of the Day. This is your chance to vote for what you saw. Who's your Rider of the Day?
My Rider of the Day is Molly Armanino. She just attacked the mountain, and I didn't even know what happened, and it just, I don't know, she needed that, wanted that, and I'm so stoked for her. You? Who's your Rider of the Day?
Well, I got to go for my boy Marcus Goguen there. You know, coached him since he was a little kid, throwing down the Cork 7, winning on home soil. Incredible action here at the Kicking Horse Pro. Canada delivering once again. Ozone, I'm so happy we're on the A venue. Conditions fantastic. Yeah. Still the classic freeride glory and heartbreak. You know, we saw some runs that were absolutely spectacular. We saw others going down in flames. Everybody's safe and sound at the bottom, other than probably some cold toes and noses.
Yeah, we got to get everybody warmed up, but the classic drama and heartbreak of freeride, that's why it's exciting. That's why it's a good show. And you guys have an exciting next stop coming up. You've got a long way to go, mountain range, very far away, exotic.
We
Georgia.
are off to the Caucasus, the Georgia Pro, the next stop on the 2025 Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. The snow is stacking up in the Caucasus. We cannot wait. This field is ready to go off again on the face in Georgia. If you haven't watched it before, we cannot wait to see you. From Kicking Horse, Golden, BC, on behalf of Amy Engelbretts and myself, Derek Foos, and the entire World Tour family, thanks for joining us.
Woohoo!
We are live at the 2024 Georgia Pro.
Come on!
I am so excited to be here in Georgia.